Hit my TP on my short. Now, let's see what happens here. I think we can come up, get some shorts. Maybe get a type 2 short entry. I already took my profit. Come back for a new trade. What you guys think?
Don't forget, we're building the weekend trap right now too.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. The longs, I mean, the shorts could already be trapped up there. Well, how are you looking at it?
I don't know yet. I'm looking for a high volume move up or down to signal some sort of a trap long or short, but I haven't seen one yet.
Damn, you didn't think that move up to 73.8 was enough?
Trap longs. I
Trap
mean,
short.
it
Yeah,
could
trap
that
long.
could be it. Yeah, that could be the trap longs, but I'm not sure. I mean, timing wise, wouldn't it be make more sense for them to come in, make another move, maybe like a higher move for trap longs? I'm not sure.
I would love that because I just took my profits on my short, all of them. That was my target. It was, high
Nice.
level. So I already got
I
that
didn't
in the
I didn't
bank.
see I didn't see like an unusually high volume spike up there. May it could have. There's a little bit of volume up there, but not like something crazy high.
I would love to see. I mean, even if I got a double top up here at that 73 or whatever that was, I'm taking that trade again.
That's not a bad idea.
And I might even take it lower than that if it gets to like, I don't know, 72.
I'm thinking right now we dump pretty hard and put in trap shorts because on the 5 minute we got like a 5 minute M pattern.
Now, let me go look at the heat map. Let me see.
I don't know if you guys were watching last night, but Dbloc had that fractal up, and it showed after the top and the reversal, there was like a pretty violent move down, and then another like recover of all the vectors on the way down. So it was like a violent down back up for a higher low. So
Yeah, that's that move I've been waiting for since last week. I'm counting on that dump.
yeah, me too. But I'm doing a little side work today, so if you guys see it going on, I'm listening. Give me a holler. I would love to jump in.
I'll start yelling dump, dump, dump.
How about
Fair enough.
the heat map in the double chat? Let me know what you think right now.
Let me check it out.
That's 48 hour.
Damn, son. Oh yeah, this is about to get violent.
So, damn, I wish I would have saw that before I TP'd, but we might be getting a quick 69, huh?
Possibly. That'll probably be your trap shorts and then come back up to like 75, 74, trap longs up there and then just kind of chill in the middle. That would make sense to me. Come down, trap shorts, come up, trap longs. Chill right where we're at right now all week.
Think we got enough time for all of that? It's already Friday.
Is it not today where that kind of stuff happens?
Yeah, but I'm thinking we already. Let me think. Looking at it here, I could think that the longs are already trapped. We're going to come down more, which I shouldn't have closed my short if that's the case. But we're going to come down more, get 69, and then the trap will be in the middle between the 73 and the 69.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong there, man. That's probably the most likely scenario.
And that's the case. I should have stayed in the short, but
Well, we could come up for a bearish type 2, make an M, and then drop.
that's exactly what I wanted to do.
I
Yeah,
mean,
so
technically, we do have a bearish type 2 already at 72,300.
on what time frame?
5-minute time frame. There's a M pattern. Type 1 would be at 73,870. Type 2 would be at 72,3. And then your 0.5 for the measured move would be at around 69.8, and the one extension would be at 68,395. That'd be your full measured move.
You're talking about, wait, what did you say? Like 72.9 you said was the type 2?
72.3
Okay, did that come up?
ish. But we could come a little higher, put in a new type 2. Like, I'm not saying that's not possible.
Or, I didn't quite hit it. It didn't quite go high enough. It's just shy. I mean, not that it won't play out, but it definitely.
That where it's at right now, it's between the 382 and the 0.5 retracement. So technically, that is a type 2. If you pull a Fibonacci retracement from that.
Yeah, I just did. I must have pulled it differently. You pulled it from the very top?
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, shoot. I just made all of my indicators go into volume. You ever do that? Like you click something wrong and then your indicators or your price goes into one of your other windows?
Yeah, I try to lock all my indicators because I mess it up too much.
Should do that.
I'll post a screenshot of my chart right now so you guys can see it on the bubble chat of my M pattern with the measured move.
I'm not getting the thing to move to the next pane up. I messed my chart all up.
Yes, parabolic cipher. My invalidation is at 72215.1, which is like almost exactly what yours is.
I accidentally moved my my candles 3 panes down. I don't even know how I did that. I fixed it though. Now, what were you saying?
No, I was just posting the screenshot of my chart on the bubble chat so you guys can look at it. It's got the measured move that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I saw it. I agree with it. I just guess taking a gamble, getting out of the short to see if I can get in another one to compound it.
They usually fractal from the 1 minute. Like if you go to the 1 minute. Yeah, it appears on the 1 minute too.
See if they can get this 100x at 72.4 at least.
There's just a lot of imbalance at the top. I don't know. Trouble seeing it go straight down from here. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there's still the chance we invalidate that 72 and then just put in a higher type 2.
Mm-hmm. There you go. I'm not going long here. It'd been nice to get that 70.38 short. But I guess I was in a short, but I didn't get all of it.
I think this is the longest I've held a trade. Like, this thing's been open since last week.
Damn. A week is your longest.
Back when we had, hold on, let me see where I entered.
That means you're one scalping dude.
I got in March 4th at 73.3, and I'm still holding it.
See, that's the thing about that low leverage. It keeps you sitting in the trade all that time trying to make the move.
Yeah, but I've also been chilling. I haven't been stressed at all. And I know I'm hoping we get that big move down. Like that short's gonna print.
Yeah, but while you've been doing that, I've been done traded in and out
Yeah,
so
you're
many
right.
times already on high leverage.
Yep.
Well, you know what they say, different strokes for different folks.
I'm doing a combination of both. I have a very small account that I'm trying to build with high leverage and then moved all of my spot futures, and I'm trading really low leverage, like 3-4x with larger amounts. Doing it the correct way, either laddering or setting orders and profits. So my high leverage is reactive, just in and out. Unless, it sends, I always give it a little bit of wiggle room to send. That's my strategy. It takes care of my need to preserve and grow my account, and also my need to degen. And since it's high leverage, I should be able to make the small account into a larger account. And if I'm not, then my precision is off, and it's good practice.
I was able to catch the short there at 73K. I gotta be honest with you, it's gonna take a nice bump for me to sell because I'm definitely holding on to this one long term. We've been waiting this long.
That's nice, man. I wish I had that. Then again, if I was you, I probably would have TP'd down here anyway. Well, I'm on high leverage, so I ain't playing on it, not taking profit.
Yeah, I did a 200x with Ethereum. So I have like my stop loss around 2,500. So as soon as we got that dip, I just lowered my stop loss. But I'm in a good position now.
Hell yeah, that could be the top of the fractal, and it could be all down from here if you're lucky.
Shoot, when I saw that VWAP projection, I was like, click, click, click.
Get it. Yeah, I don't know. It's looking like it's probably just gonna go down here, but I ain't gonna cry if we come back up and I get back in.
People are shorting it. If they stay here for much longer, they might have a little fuel. Go back up for a lower high.
That's exactly what my logic was on getting out. I'll jump off the musical chair, and then I'll get back in. You can put a little mini W down here at the bottom of this little invalidation area. Goes straight to those 100Xs that are building up. Look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now there's 6 of them.
Where do you guys see the potential price of XRP dropping down to, assuming that Bitcoin gets that 40K retracement that we're expecting?
50 cents.
Yeah, I know you mentioned that yesterday. That left me thinking.
That's the only number I ever think of without that being the bottom, because I remember that.
I
What
just
number's
don't
that?
want to.
I was outside. What I miss? What number?
XRP bottom price at the bottom of the bear prediction.
Oh, okay, okay.
Like, I would probably feel safe setting it at 60 cents, just in case it doesn't hit that very, very bottom.
Oh, yeah.
You know how these things go.
I remember all those old prices. Doge, 4 cents.
This daily candle's looking nuts.
What was it? XLM 10 cents. I remember that.
Those were the days, man. Those were the days.
But I mean, I can understand why you wouldn't see 50 cents. I mean, if XRP's that strong, you should go back to 50. You should make a higher low, at least 80 cents. Or $1, maybe $1 is a number. Who knows? What's it at now?
It's at 139 now. I
Oh,
did a
yeah.
small little 50x on the short on XRP, so I'm kind of hedging it against my long-term position. So whatever I make in profits there, I'll just throw back in there.
You'd have to think $1 was a psychological number.
I'm gonna do a fresh chart here and draw out a new fib.
Definition XRP's got it to 9 cents.
What?
He said I have XRP charted to 50 cents, 30 cents, then 9 cents.
9 cents is nuts.
Yeah, that's one of my only regret. Like during the pandemic, I had so much cash sitting on the side, and I should have put a lot more in XRP.
And you might not get another one of those. Maybe you'll get a cyber attack.
Let me get my hacker boys on it.
I think that's the next one.
Shoo, anything is possible with Papa Trump.
Yeah, he'll have his bags ready too.
You seen him endorsing Jake Paul for politics?
Nah, I didn't even see that, but I heard you. I saw Jake Paul stole Ronda Rousey's fight from Dana White.
How'd he do that?
Dana White was cheap and didn't want to pay Ronda what she wanted, and Jake did it.
Crazy.
Jake has MVP promotions. I think you underestimating Jake. He's bigger than you think.
Tired of seeing that clown.
Yeah, you got a dislike for him, but you're not. It's kind of clouding you on how big he really is.
I might be his biggest hater.
Yeah, I'm not no super fan or anything. I'm just looking at it as what it is.
Yep.
I definitely watch his stuff because it's entertaining. I'm not gonna miss out on it if it's fun to watch. I'm not one of them fight like some purists where I'm gonna look at it like that. I'm not.
You gonna watch that Gina Carano fight?
Yep,
Who you going for?
Ronda.
Damn. I'm Team Gina.
I don't even know who she is.
She's an actress now. She plays a character in Star Wars.
I never heard of her until now. But I know if Ronda gets that arm, it's over. She better be good on the floor.
You talking about that chick that was with Dwayne Johnson in the Fast and the Furious movie?
I don't know. Don't ask me. Well, brought up another disappointing night on Battlefield. I was going to look for a 6 or whatever you said. Got on the game for about an hour, passed right out. But I'll find you eventually.
Looking a little double toppy.
Morning, good afternoon, gang. I just had to catch up with the charts real quick. How we feeling? Blew our targets out last night. All of them. Only target I have left on the chart is CME gap. Little tweezer top off the structure break. Trying to see if you guys got a good. It wasn't even that great. 15-minute gave you a clear signal for shorts there, but you didn't get a good stopping volume candle or anything. You had to be on point for that one. Anybody catch the short? He had a stopping volume candle that got invalidated and then played out, and it's tricky business. Tricky. I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've watched any of, maybe the top. Maybe the top comes in a tight second place. But I don't think I've watched a section of chart closer than I've watched this section of the chart this year. Well, what we're judging now is to see if this volatility has died down. Right? Was this volatility due to everybody chasing the same top targets? Or is this an amazing place to just pop and leave everybody? If we want to avoid coming down to the psychological ranges, we have to hold this until Saturday. If we can hold this until Saturday, the psychological ranges will recalculate. And we'll still have these vectors down. I mean, we'll still have the vectors and the liquidations, but that magnet from the psychological ranges at least won't be there. Nice, Cody. That's what I like to hear. I don't care if you took profits, if you took shorts. What I want to hear is that people protected the gains that we've seen in the last week or two. Right? Don't leave it up to chance. Pay the trader, whether it means locking in stops or taking some profit off the table or taking your initial off the table, getting into a free trade. What we're really talking about, right? It's not as much about taking profit. It's about taking risk out of the trade. Right? Taking profit out of the trade does remove risk, right? Lowering leverage removes risk. Moving up stop losses removes risk. If it was perfect, you'd have nothing to work on for the next trade, Scoob. You know? We got to have some room for growth. I'm a big fan of leaving a runner. Right? I'm a big fan of taking profits and leaving a runner right around my take profit. Right? Because what happens there is like, all right, option one, let's say you're popping up, right? Let's say you're at your last measured move here. Right? You didn't want to run the target 3. You didn't think macro was going to hit, but there was a possibility. But right, that symmetrical was really your target. There's a couple ways to play it. Right? If you're down here, right, you were in our original type 1 on this W, right? There's plenty of times to move your stop up during this run. Right? Your stop should have been well underneath our small W by that time. But even if you took profit, let's say you say, no, I'm taking profit, screw that, I'm taking everything. But you're like, you know what? Maybe it could go. Then it really doesn't hurt to TP and then place your stop underneath the last swing low, right? Something like that. So it's like you've taken 50%, 70%, 80% of your profits, right? But that little runner is still in there. Now, best case scenario, it pops, you notice, you take profit, GG's, right? Worst case scenario, it comes down, stops you out, and you're basically taking profit at the same spot that you took profit originally, right? If you would have taken 100% of the profit at that spot, then it would have been the same play out, right? Except you didn't leave the option for price to move up. So sometimes locking in those gains at a comfortable level, right? Putting that stop loss at a level that you're comfortable TPing at. Right? We're not talking about stop losses down here. We're talking about once the trade's already gone and you're out, you're like, look, I'm good. I don't want any more to do with this. I'm going to take profit. I like to leave a little runner personally with a really tight stop loss that if it hits, I don't care. You know what I mean? If it hits, I don't care. But if it keeps going, then at least I let the trade breathe. Yeah, that tuition could be expensive, Cody. Learning on your own by doing it could be very expensive tuition in this game. But everybody pays it though. Yeah, that's what it's about. I know it's annoying to hear me say this for some people, but it's really easy to make money in crypto. You can, like, this is the only industry that I know that you can make money by mistake. Right? You fell into the right coin by mistake, just happened to go. But keeping it is the hard part. Holding on to it is the really hard part. Everybody in crypto has amazing stories about that big hit, that big play. But when you dig in a little and ask them how much of that they still have, it's a different story. $1,000%, it should be boring. If you're, well, let me be specific. If you're trading for a living, this should be boring. I told you, man, this 513 strategy, our Cypher scalp strategy, that was developed for somebody that I really cared about that had a really hard time trading. Right? Couldn't get out of their own way, kept leaving trades early, was missing entries, super stressed out, ready to give up. Right? Like I literally went out of my way, developed this for a specific person. That person then turned around after a week of trading and told me that it was too fire. It was too boring. They couldn't follow it. They couldn't follow it because they were trading for dopamine. They weren't trading for profits. right? They were trading to feel that buzz. They were trading to feel that rush. And that's the one thing that that strategy does is it takes all of that emotional, all those emotional triggers out. You know what I mean? But you can't do anything with somebody like that. Like you have to decide that you're not gambling and that you want to actually, you know what I mean, do this correctly. I'm not trying to kill anybody's buzz, bro. Go to the casino. You know what I mean? Play the lotto. Go to the dog track. Just make sure when you sit in front of your computer that it's work. I compare it to working at a casino. Right? Like when you're trading for a living, you're working at the casino. Which means that you're in the same building with all the degens. You're in the same building with all the drunk people that are just throwing money around, shooting for the, you know, everybody's in that room to make money. But you're not playing the games that everybody else is playing because you know how the house works. Right? Your job is boring. Come in, clean the ashtrays, wipe the counters, get your check, and get the hell out. No, I'm not saying on your time off in the boring time you go to the little meme section and you slap the slots or something. There's nothing wrong with that. But just, you know, being able to control your impulses. Oh, you gotta let in though. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Big mod vibes. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I went in on those mod hoodies. That shit is dope. I haven't even gotten mine yet. I'm waiting for mine to come in. I know I'm not a mod, but I don't care. Right? I'm abusing my authority and I'm getting one anyways. I appreciate you, bro. I got my phone, but I ordered it a long time ago. I didn't order it recently. Soon, man. I gotta find a good. I've got a sample coming for one of the caps, but honestly, I don't have too much hopes for it. I want to see what the sample looks like. I'm just so picky when it comes to hats. But there's definitely hats coming, and every hoodie that's been made will have a matching hat because, well, that's just my vibe. Yeah, the last thing I'm trying to do is just rush it and then end up with some damn, you know, if you like hats, you know the difference. There's a big difference between a good hat and a bad hat. What I'm trying to do is not make it look like merch, not make it feel like merch, right? Like that's my main goal. Because it'd have been easy to just go on like Alibaba and slap a bunch of logos on shit, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't wait till two of you bump into each other in the wild. Or even somebody that watches the channel be like, oh shit. But for that, we need to hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen, so we can get this out to more people, so there'll be more people to notice our amazing hoodies when we're outside. 170 people in here and only 52 likes. I didn't make Bitcoin go down. It's not my fault. Okay, don't blame it on me, y'all. Yeah, trap longs are set. Trap longs are set. I'm looking for a further little sweep to trap some shorts. I appreciate you, Scoop. Yeah, hoodies are a little bit like hats, right? There's a really big difference between a good hoodie and just what I call a long sleeve t-shirt with a hood attached. Yeah, I mean, trap shorts anywhere between daily open and 800 EMA maybe would be a good swing. All right, come down, sweep. And then depending on the reaction, we don't have tons of time, so it has to happen now. Just give me, like, market maker, if you're listening, good textbook trap. Right? You've been struggling the past couple weeks to really put in a good textbook trap. I want to see you in control here. Remind these whales who you are. Feels like it sometimes. Like 160 people in here. 40 of them are market makers and another 40 are Iranian military. And then there's the rest of y'all. And Elon, yeah, Elon likes to creep. That sounds about right, Scoop. Sounds about how it would end up. Okay, that's a fever dream, bro. What did you eat before bed? My man said Elizabeth Warren showed up. Robo Balls with the big Cypher membership. W Robo. Yeah, you saw that, right? Looking at that earlier. Starting to get slight divergences. Right? We fell out. Remember that oil is on a different, right? Our excuse me. Our overlay or our fractal is on the 4 hour for silver, but on the hour for oil, right? So we had that drop down underneath, but since the timing is faster on oil, oil is catching up to silver's sort of manipulation range, which is interesting because if it keeps playing, oil might give us a heads up on silver. The problem is that they're mining the straight now. Right? Remember I told you, like, they haven't mined the straight yet. They have enough mines to literally just clutter the straight with mines and then not have to actively stop ships. And apparently that's what's being done right now. So I don't expect oil to go down anytime soon. From the reports that I'm seeing, it would take a week. It would take at least a week just to clear the mines, which means for at least a week there should be some catalyst on oil. Enjoy your food, H. Yeah, fertilizer, natural gas, everything, bro. So much goes through there. My bad. I mean to leave it on here. Under the MA holding, waiting to see some weakness there so we can come down to the 8.
First super chat.
I don't know. I mean,
Sure not the last
I don't know if you guys
Join
ever
your
feel it.
awesome community.
It used to be
Friendly
stronger
Dad
for me
gives you
before,
that
but
sweet 18 crypto wallet.
making money off of war or instability or, you know, the stock market, real estate crashing, anytime where people are getting hurt and you're making money off of it, there's a little something in the back of your mind that's just uneasy about it. You know what I mean? It's understandable. But I think there's a difference between taking advantage of a bad situation, right, to make the life of your family better, or like jumping up and down and dancing on the graves of people. You know what I mean? Like there's a way to make money without celebrating. Right? There's a way to make money respectfully. Or maybe that's just a lie I've told myself. On a really small scale, it's the same every time you take profit. I went through a time where I was acutely aware of the fact that every time I took profit, I was wrecking somebody. Or at least in my mind, that's how I looked at it. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm selling at 74, I'm selling it to somebody who shouldn't be buying at 74. I'm taking advantage of somebody buying at the wrong time. But yeah, I got over that. Like, look, man, somebody in the world came down and sat at their chair and said, "Ooh, Bitcoin's at 74. I need to buy some." I just filled the other side of that trade. You know what I mean? Like, they were gonna buy it from somebody. It's like the whole drug dealer mentality. Like, look, they were gonna get the crack from somebody. Okay, I didn't make them a crackhead. I didn't talk them into buying the crack. They wanted it. I had it. You know. Yeah, I definitely got over that one. Super chat. First super chat from Baby Viking. Nice. W crypto babies. I hope everything's good, brother. I know your days are different right now. Slick with the big 10-month. W Slick. Love crypto babies, bro. Crypto babies make my job easy. All the rules, all the caution, all the risk management, like all of that shit that I try to teach becomes automatic when that crypto baby shows up. All of a sudden, your priorities are right where they're supposed to be. Like a shortcut. Makes it real easy to take profit when you look at it and you're like, that's damn 3 cans of formula. That's 2 months worth of diapers right there. I'll take that. It is indeed Friday the 13th. It is. There isn't enough money in the world, GOAT, to make me ooh. Long as the trap, we're waiting to trap shorts here. Or I'm waiting to trap shorts. Question is, do we break 200 trap shorts, or are we going to need to retest the 50 and reject the trap shorts? I would like to just go. We don't have a lot of time. So either price comes up, or we consolidate as the 50 comes down, and then we end up falling. Unless some big dog wants to come in and just make it happen for us. Let's take a look at what's underneath us. So this is what got everybody excited yesterday. Yo, what is up with my shit? Stop doing that. Dang. Anyways, 71, we put in the big hourly W pattern, right? Everybody on the macro is super excited about that. We were looking at our rejection. I don't know who was here while we were doing this live yesterday, but we were looking at the rejection. Right? I dropped my squiggle. We ended up holding, breaking out, but failing a type 4. Right? So type 3 traders that took this breakout trade, they're done with. And type 4 traders never got in because they didn't see what they needed to see at the retest. And we caught the very moment when it went parabolic here. Again, I don't know if anybody was watching, but we were killing this shit on the 1 minute last night. Where is it? Right here. Right, we had already popped. We had already squiggle lined our retracement back into the blue box. Held the blue box. Pulled out, had our first breakout and our big sort of retest. This shook a lot of people out, in my opinion, last night. Right, but we drew our box, we drew our arrow. Our price was still up here. Came down, literally sniped our box. And then just up and to the right from there. Grabbed all those liquidations. Once we got up to our macro structure break, right, which was our hard ceiling, currently rejected about 4%, if I'm not mistaken. 3%? 4%. Hasn't been the most exciting thing to watch, but it feels like it when you go back and look at the highlights, right? You forget about all the dead times in between when we were just sitting. You just focus on the pivots. It's like watching a boring sports game or just watching highlights after. I'd much rather watch the highlights. You know who loves all this Drain Street shit the most? The 40 other market makers and hedge funds that aren't being talked about. Definitely, we're not the only boogeyman. What else? Render. Render did amazing. Render is almost at its measured move. Whoever played this out, I wouldn't even be upset if you had taken profits at that last impulse there. Yeah, I saw it. I looked at it. But you sure he's not just in the light? Because he's like standing in full sun. I don't know. I'm tripping. I'm going to have to go look at it again now. I need to side beside them. Bro, I don't know. Should we let chat decide? We'll do a scientific, non-scientific, non-scientific poll. Because I'm stumped, bro. Hold on. I have to see them side to side. Let's save that image. Save. So just to put chat on game, we've been trying to figure out for like 48 hours if Gloomy got the wrong hoodie. And I don't know if it was just late last night or what, but I could not for the life of me figure that shit out. Leighton, you still in here? I don't want to show his picture without permission. Bro, yours looks even lighter. I see what you mean about the fade, though. But I don't know. All right, hold on. I got it. I'll just edit. That's what I said when I saw it, too. I was like, wait a minute. All right, let me get my snipping tool out so I can cut Layton's head off. All right, let's see if YouTube can figure this out for us. All right, so this is the hoodie in question. Right? It's all choppy just because I got the wait, because that messes up the way it looks. Hold on, let me just grab the picture itself. So that because we need to settle this once and for all. Design mockups. All right, so this is the hoodie in question. His actually looks brighter. His actually looks brighter. All right, and then this is. All right, so the fading does look a little bit more pronounced, but I can't tell if it's just because he has it on. You might have to put it on, Gloomy. I think we're gonna need a pic with you wearing it. This is what we do. We'll get Leighton. Okay, Leighton, I need you to send Gloomy your address. We're gonna fly Gloomy to you. We're gonna have him put the hoodie on and stand in the same spot you were in. And we'll figure it out. Nah, what I'll do, Gloomy, is I'm gonna reach out to the supplier and I'm gonna ask them if there's any variation in stock or if there's any. If they tell me no, we use the same ink, same blanks, then we're just gonna have to chalk it up to like us not being able to figure this shit out. Mine should be here like in a week or something. Mine's a little bit delayed. I ordered after y'all. That's not there. Hold on, I'm trying to look for something. Not it either. Yeah, I don't know. I'm stumped. Where the hell did I? Hold on, I'll find it off screen. We could always just reorder another one. Gloomy. Could always just send you another one and see if it's. Excuse me. See if it's any different. Nah, like it would be on me. I'm not saying you have to. That would have been wild. You could always just buy one. No, I'm saying I can send you another one. But then if it's the same, you're just gonna have two. It is almost worth it for the side picture at this point. Because that would be the true tell. Right? Like that's the only way to really, really tell. Maybe the light just hits that fade differently when it's flat or at an angle. How about anybody else? The rest of the mods? You didn't get the same one? Didn't Neve get the same one? So you're in the camp that yours looks different than Layton's too? You said that's the US edition. I mean, that's not a bad question. I can ask. That's not a bad question. I can ask them if US fulfillment and international fulfillment uses different blanks. You haven't gotten yours yet, DJ? DJ, did you order your hoodie? Did you go into mod chat and get your code for the free hoodie? Oh, you're not in Discord. Oh. That would explain it. Well, let me know, DJ. Just hit me up, message me on Discord, and then I can send one to you and, through your DMs. I forgot that's true. Like, you've always been YouTube. It's for the mods, boss. Just giving back to the mods. Yeah, they probably got they definitely got the most limited hoodie. Except for maybe some of the samples that I ordered that I don't plan on putting out, but like those blue hoodies, I think if you have one, you have one of 4. Just to be clear, the Cypher hoodie did not give Mike pink eye. That was Friday night at the club that gave Mike pink eye. I gotta make this smaller because the eyeballs are like staring at me. I got you, Mike. Hold on. I gotta get the right size here. Always your left eye, right? We might be losing it a little bit, y'all. Starting to get a little nutty in here. Let's take a look at our range because we're coming back into it. So remember what we said yesterday, right? If a breakout holds top of the range, then it's a true breakout. But once you come back into the range, this range is still valid. So it's difficult to call this a deviation because it's such a big move. But if you look at it on the hourly, a little bit of a different story. Right? I would call this a deviation on hourly. And since we're back inside the range now, the most important thing for bulls is to get out of this range again. If you can't get out of this range and you reject off the top of it or be accepted back into it, basically is what it means when I say that, then you'll seek out the bottom of the range. So it's important here that bulls, if they're going to do something, problem is we're going into the weekend. We've got what? Less than an hour, 40 minutes for CME. That's how you're supposed to do it, bro. They're mining the straight, Mike, in real time. Oil's gonna go up for a while, in my opinion.
Yo, D, quick question. With the time change, did CME go up an hour as well?
No, it doesn't change for us. It changes in some We had this figured out last time. Neve, remember I told you the next time the time changes, we're gonna go. We spent 3 days trying to figure out who was affected and who wasn't. And I was like, look, it doesn't. We're gonna do this shit all again the next time the time changes.
And the time has come.
Yeah. Yeah. My best advice is just go to Cypherbot. Be like, how is this affecting me? I live in this region. That's the easiest way around it without going back down that rabbit hole. It's so
I'm on
dumb,
Chicago time,
bro.
so
It's so dumb the way it works. Like it really makes no sense. Somebody
yeah,
has to do something
it's real
about this
weird.
shit already. And I don't know, maybe it was just a Florida thing, right? But I don't know if I dreamt this, but I could have sworn that we voted to stop doing that shit and it passed. But yeah, it doesn't change for us. And if you're in Chicago time, then you basically are on CME time. But there's some places in the country where they have to adjust.
Yeah, I feel that.
Be crazy with that, Sirac. That doesn't scale well.
Did you say we're mining the Strait of Hormuz now?
Yep. Not us. Iranians.
Oh,
Are you talking about the underwater balloons?
Yeah, they've got they say they don't have a clear idea of how many they have, but just from Chinese and Russian mines, they said they've got about 2,000. And each one of them can take out a tanker. Not
Yeah,
only
that's what I.
that, but just placing them is a deterrent. No, you don't take the risk. You know what I mean? So they don't. It's not like they're wasted. It's not like 17 tankers a day are gonna hit mines. Like no, they're just gonna stop going through there. You know, there's no insurance for it. Insurance now, if you had insurance before, it just got removed today. What insurance company on the planet is gonna insure a tanker going through a strait that they know is being mined in wartime? It isn't even just like up to chance anymore, right? Like that's just a dumb investment.
I said this before and I'll say it again. We're literally living Star Wars right now.
Yes.
Episode 1 started with trade disputes. That's how the war started.
I told you, man. Those trade wars, they get nasty. We are holding on value area high, or our old value area high, I should say. Let's redo this. Yeah, it's still there. Again, just lends to the deviation idea on higher time frames. And if we go and look at our side-by-side overlay for our 2022 fractal, again, just using it for historical reference, right? This is the past, it's a ghost. But very familiar ghost. So I'm looking to take out lows, right? None of this means anything until we break structure. Right now, that W pattern that sent us. Oh, I still got it on Mike's pink eye color. Hold on.
The what?
Yeah, I know. Don't ask. It was a moment, and the moment's passed. We don't judge, okay? We just hope he gets better. So until we break, right? I can't say that we've broken structure. This is still bullish. This is still very bullish. Higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows for now. Once that changes, right? Once we get our trend shift or our change of character, and we start putting in lower lows, then we have to have a real, like, if you're not taking this seriously, then it's time to start taking it seriously at that point, right? At the very least, you have to take into consideration that we could be looking at a continuation of almost a facsimile replay, right? All the way from the top. Not like we just found this little section that matches. Like, guys, we've been following this from way up here. So if it proves itself, then you gotta respect it.
Where in the fractal would you say we are right now?
Well, we dropped from the top 4%, 4.2%, right? From that rejection. We would be about there. Midpoint. But remember that this fractal here, I mean this wick above, right? We didn't get that. So you can't include the wick. If we're gonna take it, we're gonna judge where we're at. We've got to do it from 786 to where we're at now, which is 2.2%. So it'll be somewhere around here, right? But in this candle, the thing is that this was 1 4-hour candle that just literally ripped. You know, here we didn't have that same aggression. We also, by the way, because of the fact that we had that aggression to the downside, left a massive red vector and had a recovery that came all the way back up. Didn't take out the highs, but came all the way back up, and then it rolled over. If we don't drop like this, I wouldn't expect to have the need to go back up, right? If we come down slowly by structure, then I don't think we have this level of a sort of bounce at the bottoms. Or we never get there, right? The shit holds, we pop up, we keep scaling. And like I said, this is just a ghost of, you know, the past. But ignoring it after it's been accurate for 4 months, to me, would be a mistake.
That would call for this current 4-hour candle to dump massively if we were to like.
If we
want
were to
be on
match the
top.
aggression of it, yeah. You know, I think the difference between us and how I see some people follow fractals is, like, I don't know about y'all, but I'm looking to see it fail. Like, I come on every day and I put it side by side, not to see it match perfectly, but to see it fail, to see when it deviates. Banshee with the big 50 gifted. W Banshee in the chat. You already know I appreciate you, brother.
My boy's always making it rain.
Oh shit. Another 50 gifted. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what it looks like when you TP successfully. repeatedly.
He probably shorted that tweezer top right there.
W Banshee's in the chat, man. I guess right now is a good time to announce that the question and answer periods that we're going to have for Cypher School, not the class sessions, but the question and answer periods will be live. But they're going to be live for members only on YouTube. The classes are going to be live only for people in Discord, right? But the question and answers are going to be live for YouTube. And you guys just got memberships that should last you through the first at least couple weeks of school. So big W in the chat for Banshee.
Just got another 50.
And another 50. Yeah, he's killing it right now. W Banshee.
Or did you guys see a 2-week countdown till we send people to the moon again?
Wait, actually, like we're going to the moon?
We just got too much money, bro. Don't ever let anybody tell you that there's not enough money for shit.
That's true.
We're in the middle of a freaking war and we're talking about going to the moon. Listen, money's not the issue. Banshee with another 50. Nah, bro, you're doing way too much, Banshee. W Mans. I appreciate you, but I'm not gonna lie. It's been a rough month on YouTube. At this point, if you haven't received the membership, it's because you don't have them turned on. He's dropped 200 memberships and there's 185 people in the chat.
If you've had one before, I don't think you can be gifted one, right?
Yeah, the only people that can be gifted one for some reason are people that have their own channel. And I don't understand why YouTube does that. Like, if you have a channel that's monetized, you can't receive the gift.
Yeah, I've been having to buy mine.
I appreciate it.
For sure, man.
Yeah, the
amount
way
of,
the way it works too, Banshee, is if you gift more than the people that are here when the stream is over, the leftover gifts you'll get refunded. So if you're ever like, oh damn, you know, like I gifted more than the people that were here, like it'll get back to you. Yeah, Mary, it's annoying. I don't know why it works like that, but
the amount of knowledge and value that you bring to this channel, man. Everybody here should be buying memberships.
it's cool, man. Everybody will do it in time. I know that this market has been rough for some people, so
It's definitely the best $50 I ever spent.
yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. People who are able to get in on the $50 one-time fee, you know, once things change in the next bull market, that's gonna be one hell of a value. Because I'm never gonna stop adding shit, you know. Oh, is that how it works, Gumi? Brand accounts? What does that mean? What's a brand account? So I have a brand account, right? Because it's not a Dbloc channel. It's a it's a crypto Cypher channel. Is that how it works?
Gloomy is saying users can enable allow gifts in their settings, often found within gift settings on a creator's live stream or premiere.
Oh, okay. Nice. Anybody who's a member for the first time, this is our little emoji stack. I can't even spam all of them. That's crazy. I need to start switching up some of the emojis too. Robo with a big 5 month. Damn, time flies, bro.
For real. I've been subbed for 5 months, but I subscribed April 11th. I checked yesterday.
It depends where you caught the short, Satoshi. I mean, it just means that that's a macro level of resistance, right? You expect a significant retrace. Now the question is, do we get a continuation? Right? Do we get an attempt to stay out of this range? Because if we come back into this range, we're gonna get, in my opinion, we're gonna get sucked back down to the bottom of it. And coming back down under 70 is going to be really bad for sentiment, right? Our point of control right now is at 702. The way this looks, if we lose the 200 EMA, we'll come down to the 800. But our point of control is in between, right? So we can hold that point of control. The bulls really need to hold 70 here. Which means this W pattern needs to start looking more like a W pattern and less like a bear flag. Right? Slow breaking W in succession. Right? We had this W that just fizzled out at its break, came back down, right? Then we put in a bigger W that literally just fizzled out. Right? This one here is now currently bullshitting. Right? We know that slow breaking W's create bear flags. That's how bear flags are born. So this needs to start looking less like a bear flag and more like a W. If not, we will continue, come back down, daily open, sweep licks. We've got to trap shorts. We've got how much time left? Got 15 minutes, give or take, until CME opens. And we have trap longs. We have no trap shorts. Let me see volume. I don't think we trapped shorts here. I don't think we had enough. Huh?
Yeah, volume is low.
Yeah. I mean, there's a non-zero chance that they settle for the trap shorts here, but like I said, the structure just looks weak. I would have wanted to see it pull away and come through those legs. But for right now, we're looking at trap longs. And the idea of trap shorts somewhere around here that hasn't played out yet. Maybe daily open or something. Quick sweep, take out the range, clear liquidity, and then move up into CME close, which comes in right about here. I mean, CME close, sorry. Measured move brings us down a bit lower than that trap short is. Only thing that has me thinking it doesn't take the whole measured move if it goes is because of the time that's left until CME closes. That measured move doesn't exist until we break those levels, so. You know how this works? If this is a breakout, it'll hold and push away. If this is just a deviation, we'll seek out point of control and then value area low. That would be enough momentum to break that flag. Yeah, the memberships are still going off. It's great. You know, I still can't hear that. And I can't figure out how to fix it. I go to the notifications. The volume is on the notifications. Alert box. Right?
You might have to configure it to make sounds for that specific event.
It used to go off before. I don't like it because when somebody joins the channel, like if somebody just subscribes, right, I don't get like the audio cue. So if I don't see it, then I miss it sometimes. All right, here we go. Looks like we're trying to hold. We need to take out those highs for this to be officially a breakout. At that point, I would be more in the camp that... Whoa, shit, what was that?
Oh no, that was wild.
Holy shit. I would be in the camp that these were our trap shorts. I really don't like that for trap shorts, though, I'll be honest with you. Don't. You know, my mother didn't raise no snitch, but 10 mil? I'm telling. Better not tell me where you're hiding. We got dips to buy. You know what I'm saying? I'll have that 10 million doing backflips. Because you ideally want to see volume start picking up here. Right? Forget about the weekend trap. Forget about the weekend. If you're a bull that's in the camp that you want this to keep going up, you need to see this volume start to pick up. Right? You dropped on decreasing volume, right? Which means they didn't find any buyers on the way down anywhere. Now we're somewhat bottomed out. You need to see this start to pick up. Bro, that's how my brain works right now. Like, we got dips to buy. Any deal I make or any like every dollar in my mind is $10. Any dollar I get right now between now and the bottom of the bear market is $10. 10 potential dollars that just haven't been actualized yet.
You think this next bull we get a 10x?
I mean, we's a lot of people. For me, a 10 for me 10x is that's my goal for every bull market. If I can't 10x, then I did something wrong. This is the first bull market that you couldn't achieve that by just buying Bitcoin and sitting. Every bull market before this, you could achieve it by just buying Bitcoin and doing nothing. This one, you had to buy Bitcoin, have Bitcoin heavy, and then you needed to add a little bit to this because we didn't get a full. Well, depending on when you got in, right? And it's not it's just people look at the math wrong, right? Getting in one coin and riding it, anything outside of Bitcoin, right? And getting a 10x on it is very tricky. Yes, of course, there's going to be coins that do it, but picking the right one, right? That's the tricky part. But that's not how you do it, right? 5xing or 2xing or 5x. You know what I mean? Get in Bitcoin, you make 5x. Let's say this next bull market, right? We're not going to get a full, you know, it's going to be diminished returns. Get in Bitcoin, get a 5x, and then you put that profit in something at the end of the bull market or the middle of the bull market after the halving that gets a 2x. That's your 10x. Right? It's a lot easier to 10x a 10x than to 100x one project. But you got to play early, right? Because you got to be able to take advantage of that hard push in the beginning. And for that, you take some risks, but it's early in the bear market, so you can take risks. Sample W super chat. Yeah, I'm not seeing any real push to settle this before CME closes. Which leads me to think either market maker's satisfied with the amount of shorts that are trapped here, or he's just gonna do like last weekend and run it after. Just to go back to last weekend. And similar thing. Came down, had a questionable stopping volume candle. We were waiting for CME to close. CME closed, and then we took that out and put in our actual trap shorts. And then not too long after, signaled our false move. Came back for CME. Put in our false move bottom. Had 1, 2, 3 day retracement. Midweek reversal. Remember I told you midweek reversal can be a consolidation. Right? We were sitting here with the arrows and we said midweek reversal can either be down or it can be sideways. All it says is the direction of the week is changed. And then we come into Friday, trap day. Trap longs. Trying to figure out our trap shorts. This is a perfect run for market maker. Target wise, not structure wise. This wasn't a textbook weekend trap, right? But they were still in control enough to run their inventory cycle. Right? Trap long, trap short, weekend trap, false move, 3 day up, midweek reversal, trap day. Yo, sometimes I have my cam on and I forget. They're doing a little bit better now that they opened their prediction markets, but they were doing bad, bro. Like I said, you think you miss retail because we didn't get like a massive alt season? Imagine how exchanges feel. But Robinhood open prediction markets, crypto.com open prediction markets, Coinbase open prediction markets. Yeah, Austin, the class sessions will be recorded for people in Discord. The they're not going to be there all the time. There'll be a limited amount of time. It'll be enough time for people to see it. But I mean after like probably 2 months, 3 months, cuz the thing is a lot of what I'm going to cover is going to be time sensitive. Yes, it's going to be a basic course that shows you, you know, that you can use it anytime, but a lot of the focus is going to be on preparing for the next part, right? For catching this bottom, figuring out if you want to invest or scalp, finding the right strategies, right? So after 2 or 3 months, a lot of it isn't going to play the same. So I'm going to have to redo it. Eventually, I'll do one that just sticks and we'll add to it. But there'll be enough time for people to catch if they've got like messed up schedules. Seven one four nine five. Oh, tiny little bit of a premium, nothing crazy. You notice lately, right? It's been really tight. Pause. Now then they make you think it's gonna be exciting right before it goes dead. we're temporarily gonna label this trap shorts, but I have very little faith that this makes it through the whole weekend without getting taken. Yeah, I mean, you're starting to see volume sort of pick up a little bit, but we are volume divergent still on this entire sort of move right here, which makes sense because, in my opinion, it's market maker sort of supporting this move up, trying to get up away from his trap shorts. Yeah, so you have volume coming down as prices coming up, but you're starting to see your volume spikes here sort of come out, right? $800 EMA is right at the top left flag. All right, let's see. Way too early to draw that out, but anyways. Yeah, H. Part of it was really trying to oversimplify as much as possible, just boil things all the way down to like first principles. Bulls need to hold above 70. So the fact that we're setting up our trap here is good. At least good news for the Bulls. A lot better to go sideways for 2 to 3 days above 70 than below it. I'll take a little bit more than that. Okay. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that will range out here. Especially if we end up doing something like, right, we really start to establish a range here, then yeah, I would expect eventually to have a deviation, just like we did last weekend. Really trap shorts effectively and then come back into the range. But for right now, we're still uptrending. We got to give it to the Bulls. And there's still plenty of liquidity between here and market maker target, right? Ignoring, completely ignoring where we are in time, right? If you just deciding to take scalps, right? Your Cypher scalp entry was there. And there hasn't been a reason to leave it yet. Right? And we know that when we take these, especially if we take them in midair, right? Not based off pattern, no measured move, you're just trading volatility, that we have to target our market maker targets, right? Which means you would have already TP'd a little bit at the 200 EMA, and you're waiting for evidence that it holds to finish your momentum trade at the 800. That's the thing that people don't get about scalpers, at least scalpers that follow like the Cypher system, right? They don't have to wait. It's a numbers game, right? They don't have to wait for pattern. I mean, typically, they'll get their signal to come in after a pattern is already formed, right? But at times where you're just ranging, you know, and you're coming out of a range, right? Or you're coming out of a pattern, out of a breakout, it does help you just ride that momentum until the momentum's gone. I don't know if we ever got, yes, we've never even, if you're scalping like that on the 1 minute momentum, you have to understand that these are short plays. And it's usually for people that are playing with a little bit higher leverage, which means that your stops have to be tight to be able to excuse the leverage that makes playing something that tight worth it, or you're just taking too many risks. Yeah, I don't like ES. I've been saying it. And the crazy thing is that, you know, my original argument was Oracle missing earnings, right? But Oracle beat earnings and the market didn't care. It's almost like they've already priced in the idea of this. Which I get because I priced that shit in too. Massive gap up, cleared it already. Little to no hope of taking any of these. We did get that W, right? We had that play out finally. But this one got invalidated. Until we built a new structure that we got it. But hard rejection. When they beat earnings, I was like, Legacy bought themselves some time. I don't know how much time. And I don't know if that means that this is temporary, we hold support, have some sort of relief, and then roll over. But these are my 3 targets. $6K, the 200 EMA on the weekly, which is like 5.4, and the oh shit, what the hell just happened to the world scenario at 4,800. Not a not a popular hot take, but I expect this to be more of what you hear in the next couple months. Just like most of the shit I say, it sounds crazy as hell when I first say it. Yeah, I mean, another unpopular opinion. If I was the Fed chair right now, oh boy, this isn't going to make any friends. If I was the Fed chair right now, I'd be considering raising rates. We'll save this in the 70s. Big problem controlling inflation. Couldn't print any more money. Got into issues in the Middle East. Right, oil prices went over 100. Fed Volcker was up against the wall. Literally decided to to raise rates. Unpopular opinion, but he saved the U.S. from going into something. You know, the 80s were pretty good. You know where that quote comes from? From The Big Short. You got to watch that scene though, because that scene is when his bosses come in, hedge fund bosses come in, and they're like, yo, exactly how much of my money do you have in this trade? And he's like, you know, like all of it, basically. Dude's like, give me my money. The dude said I wasn't wrong, right? I was just early. But then his boss jumps across the desk and screams, it's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing. Pardon my language. But yeah, sometimes it's the same thing. Sometimes being wrong and early is exactly the same thing. Unless you have the money to keep yourself afloat. Right? Because the market can stay irrational for longer than you can stay solvent. That is a great movie. If people haven't seen that after you've started trading again, because you know everybody's seen it, but it's different once you started. You know you get deeper into trading. The movie hits different.
That'd be a good movie list for school class. You know, like you have your reading list.
Maybe one of these days, if I can't make it, if I don't feel like up to teaching, like it'll be like remember in school where the teacher
Yeah.
would roll in the teacher shows up with a hoodie on and glasses. She's hungover from the night before. She rolls in that she rolls in that TV. You guys are watching a movie today.
It was always the blind side.
Like, yeah, I know. Movie day, huh? I know, teach. Rough night. We did not manage to flip momentum bullish here. Yeah, our 13 is still underneath the 50. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Damn, I forgot where I TP'd at.
Trade history, bro.
Where were we at last time? Where we were waiting?
Roughly where we're at now. I mean, we've been going sideways for a minute, but we were talking about the 5-minute M around like 71, about this area. Or like 78-ish.
I guess I gotta go look. No, it was. Yeah, I know where I TP'd at. 70,000. I TP'd at 71,200.
Pretty much where we're at right now.
Yep.
Looking like we're getting ready to dump.
Okay, that's what it was. I was coming back hoping that we were going to have to come back up so I can get back in.
Crypto Jacker, that's hilarious, bro. You read the YouTube chat email? Dr. Emmett Brown.
My bad. Sometimes, not right now. What did he say? He's making fun of me?
Nah, it's like he pops in like Doc Hollywood just jumped out of his time machine. That's funny. Nah, but you do sometimes I'll have the chart on. I'll be falling asleep late at night and you'll pop in after we get some price action. That's my cue to get up.
Yeah, it's been really weird lately. Like I'll just wake up out of nowhere and I'll come to the chart and it's like a point where it did something.
You developing a fifth sense, my G.
Yeah, but I swear I feel like I am.
$1.21 gigawatts. You be dreaming of the charts, huh?
Man, I be having weird dreams. Like one time I dreamt that crypto was weed and I smoked it.
Damn, son.
Sometimes I have weird dreams like Dbloc that I'm talking.
Yeah, that happens. It's happened to me before. I left the stream on. I fell asleep, and I can hear people talking. I start hearing it in my dreams.
Yeah.
It would be nice to get a quick move down here. Just dump it.
Come on, market maker, build a couple shorts.
Oh god. Ugh.
Bless you.
Oh my god, my I'm so sorry.
Could have been worse.
I had jumped in I got like a scam thing that was like a message from an account that I knew, and it was like this new Mr. Beast crypto coin, and you know, it's just like sending me to a website that was just a bunch of letters, right, and a few numbers, and so I was not very nice to the potential scammer, and it turned out that like because I was like, you have 5 minutes before I report the profile, and then you have, you know, X amount of time before I take other actions. And so like I I was really scary and I felt bad. Like it was actually my friend, and like they did get hacked, but it's like the person that I knew, because they were in voice chat, so I just jumped in. Like, oh yeah.
So you felt so bad you sneezed?
Well, so when I jumped back in, I forgot that didn't have it muted. uh, I was just living my life over here on the side, no big deal, you know.
Luckily you just sneezed. I mean, there's so many other things that could have gone wrong.
I mean, look, worse things have happened, right? So, how are you today? You doing good?
Me? Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. How are you
Good.
today?
I am. I have a day off unintentionally from renovating this house, which is good because there was a lot of black mold and also like literal fecal matter. So that was fun.
Amazing.
Yeah, but I
Yes.
did unfortunately. So right now my car, both of the charger ports don't work, so I have no way to charge my phone, um, unless like I'm plugged into a wall, and I guess I kind of forgot that yesterday. So I left a trade open, and um, my phone died, and I didn't put the stop loss in time, so I liquidated my yeah, my prop firm account, unfortunately.
You blew
So
it, the whole thing?
yeah, well, I
Oh,
had to knock the wall down because, you know, it was moving and not in the direction of my trades. So
that-
I was like trying to put the stop loss in as my phone died and was like, oh.
It's really rough.
Yeah. But today I have every battery pack I own is now fully charged just in case.
Yeah, that's
So
what happens. Things happen and you get prepared. Well, at least it didn't destroy you. You know, it just
yeah. And I mean, I wasn't too far off from like breaching anyways, so it's not like, like
it was like inevitable anyway.
well, it's not that it was inevitable. Like I was gonna put a stop loss in, but I put the initial stop loss in too far out.
Right.
So and then I was gonna adjust it after, and I forgot to adjust it because I was like, asked to help my friend move carpet covered in poop out to the dumpster, and I felt bad that they were doing that on their own, so I just kind of jumped out there.
You're a good friend.
They're a good friend. She's amazing. So and I felt bad because she was doing all the heavy work and also lifting the poop. But
These
so it
things
goes.
um, you can't. There's some issues that you can't ignore.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, well, you can. You're just, it qualifies you a certain way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you can, but can you?
Should you? There's always you always can. You definitely always or there's definitely not a time or in anything I think that you always should, right?
Well, like fish tank is leaking like a lot. That is actionable emergency. You know,
Well,
whatever
yeah.
you're doing, you have to drop because it's water levels, it's losing water fast. And if you do nothing, well, you're a really shitty person, you know?
Yeah, I mean, or you have a really good insurance
Well, I'm thinking about the fish, you know?
policy. I mean, look,
I can see where our priorities are.
look, all I'm saying is their brains are very small. So like, they're cool, but if you name them, then that's messed up. If
Well, yeah. Well, of
between
course,
you and the fish.
fish doesn't name their fish.
Well, I mean, like if it's your fish, right? If it's somebody else's fish, I'm not gonna lie. There might be other priorities.
Well, okay, so probably a lot of people don't name their fish, especially if they have a lot of them. But if you have one fish, you know,
If you have one fish in a fish tank and it starts spilling and you like that, you're just mean.
I actually had this experience a while back.
I'm so sorry.
But it ended up being okay. Some of the people at work helped me move it, and then it solved the problem. But
I mean, in
yeah,
a pinch, a sandwich bag can also be a fish tank, right?
I guess it takes so long to get a fish tank like going to where it isn't killing the fish with ammonia. You know, I can't remember the word for it now, but it takes so long for that. And so if you lose all of the water, and then you have to get the fish tank going again, that's just a big hassle.
Oh yeah, and like hopefully it's not like a beta fish or something that's very.
A fish.
It was a beta fish.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, no, it was okay because it was leaking. It was going all over a product, so we lost some product because the fish tank was above a table that had a bunch of product under it, and and it was fine though because only about a quarter of the water leaked out, which is still a lot when it's dripping all over everything. But then once we moved it, it stopped. So I think what was happening was that it was coming off of the filter. I put saran wrap over the top so that the water doesn't evaporate, but light can still get in because I have plants. And the lights today are just stupid. They're these bright LEDs, and it kind of freaks the fish out. So just give
Yeah,
it.
like they're very intense.
I think it started dripping like along the side of it, and I didn't know. So yeah, so that was the problem, and I thought the fish tank itself was leaking. I thought that was the problem but until really recently when it started to happen again. But I realized it wasn't the fish tank leaking. It was just coming out of the top.
Dude, I just put water in this tank.
Did you?
Already back down again.
Sounds a little fishy to me.
I put a picture of my fish in the chat.
I see it. Aw,
There they are.
looks pretty clean.
I've never changed the filter this year yet, or the water. I mean, are the rocks clean?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
they're
mean,
such cute little fishies. Oh, bad.
Those are
like
my feeder fish pets.
The dude on the right, he looks like he's like, what? What's up? What you doing? He's bucking at me.
You see how they stare at me? I'm over here on the other side of the living room, and they're looking at me right now.
Because you're talking about them. Also because you feed them sometimes. Yeah, so my original answer of like, sometimes you let the fish die was assuming it was more than one fish and not a beta fish, because you're not gonna get no meat off a beta fish. So what I was gonna say is at least now you know what's for dinner. But that's just mean to like a singular beta fish or like 3 goldfish. That'd be rude.
it isn't even enough food for a cat.
Yeah, right. You're just gonna be sad and hungry.
Right? Sad, hungry. I'm gonna just eat you, and then I will be a little less hungry, but just as sad.
Although you do bring up cats, and it like the inverse of that is what the cat will do. If you pass, the cat will just eat you. Like, it ain't gonna wait long. It ain't gonna go hungry. You know what I'm saying?
I don't care. I'll be dead.
Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly, cats are better than us, anyways. So are dogs. So are fishes.
I had tegus. People used to always tell me that. You know what tegus are? They're big lizards. They're really
Oh
cool.
yeah.
Kind of like puppy dog lizards. And
Wait, can you
people
eat
used to always
tegu?
tell me they'll eat me if I die. It's like, okay, thanks for letting me know.
Because you gotta eat them first, and then they can't eat you.
They're supposed to be delicious, but I can't even eat alligator now because of owning them. It just doesn't. I tried.
I'm sorry that you owned an animal that I now want to eat because apparently it's delicious. You shouldn't have told me that. But
I heard it's cool.
but I'm only gonna eat one. Like, I'm not gonna eat a bunch. You know what I mean? And like, I'm not gonna eat somebody's tegu. I'm just gonna eat a tegu someday.
I mean, if that's what you want to do. I've eaten llama and alpaca. They're so cute. I just separated that from how delicious they were.
They're cute until they spit on you. They're cute, but they're rude. Like, they're kind of not nice.
The ones I was hanging out with were pretty cool.
Well, that's because you're cool.
That. Thanks. I gotta get.
Yeah,
I need to go to the post office soon, so I gotta get moving.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Okay, talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Cheers. Are we gonna do another one of these traps where we have like trap longs or trap shorts and we don't have like real trap longs for like 3 days or 2 days or whatever? I don't know. Actually, it's one, but still for a hot minute. I guess just feels familiar.
All right, I'm back, yo.
What do you think the likelihood is that we do another thing where we have trap longs and then we just weekend trap and then get maybe a trap short that's questionable?
That's what we're doing. Excuse me.
Yay.
It's like literally what we're doing right now.
I love it here. Oh, I was having issues earlier trying to super chat.
YouTube probably just acting funny. It's all good.
Yeah.
Appreciate the
Well, I didn't know because I super chatted a bunch the other day, so I didn't know if there was like a limit or something.
Appreciate it. Excuse me.
Appreciate you, man. And the whole community.
The AI agent that I'm working on, be like the teacher's assistant or the guidance counselor through Cypher School. If I can get this set up the way that I envision it in my mind, then once you're done with Cypher School, you'll have that link. And it'll be literally like asking me any question about the course. Right? Obviously, I'd have better insight. But like in a pinch, you know. So I don't want there to be too much pressure when it comes to, oh man, I gotta memorize all this shit and weed before the next course comes out, and you know, trying to set it up with the tools where, you know, you'll be able to take them with you from here on out. I have plans. I have plans for one more bot after this, and then I think our little AI agent army is going to be complete. The fourth bot's going to be a psychology bot, a therapist. We got something special planned for that one. That's going to take some time, though. I find the alerts for the 1350, right? Since it's such an active sort of style of trading, if you're watching a couple things, it's cool. But what I really like it for is setting alerts on the 13 and 50 on higher time frames. For moves, bigger moves that are about to start that maybe I'm missing. You know what I mean? Like, especially at the bottom of the bear market. Bottom of the bear market, 1350 cross on the weekly alert on coins that you're thinking about and you don't want to forget about. You know what I mean? As like a sort of last. Yeah, you'll have alerts going off left and right. I was looking into some of the stuff Clawbot could do. I mean, that I'm eventually gonna go down that road, but it was kind of crazy. It was kind of crazy the amount of things that I do that it could replace, like literally, and just leave me time to just do TA and like interact with the community. You've been threatening this blood diamond for the last like 5-minute candles. Are you gonna do it or? His meds. Oh, my bad. Is my mic on? Hey, there is no shame in medication. You're gonna make sure he behaves, but you aren't sitting anywhere near each other. You guys are sitting on the opposite side of the auditorium. Bunch of badass kids. And then you're the mom, like babies raising babies. No, I know you will. I know. That's why I waited until you're not hungry. See, I'm smart. It was all in the plan. No, I mean we haven't taken out the initial trap short here. But it's really early, y'all. Really early, and patience on the weekend is a must. Meh. Your stopping volume candle wasn't invalidated. But volume is just non-existent. It's like you didn't have any sells, right? You had a bunch of little buys and shit. This guy almost bought one whole Bitcoin. Candle go up because the book is so thin. But then someone sells 4 Bitcoin and you get knocked back down. Yep. Yo, I gotta refresh this because this is driving me crazy. My bad for the flashbang. Bang. What we thinking? I can make a daily open, or is that good enough for you? Finish your lunch. It's good, bro. Nobody's gonna blame you. Just finish your lunch, hit daily open, get that mean reversion, and let me long this into the weekend. Unless, you know what I'm saying, if you really wanna eat. So far, and too early to celebrate, but I think it's just about the time where you start to feel good if you respected that fractal and protected yourself just in case. That 2022 fractal. Yeah, I'm trying to long the short trap back into the weekend trap. And then I'll either take profit on the first deviation out of the weekend trap or just move my stops up. Knife catching gloves are on. Trying not to get married to any specific level, you know? Judge it off this mean reversion on the 15-second. Can't even break the 13 on the 15 and this isn't done yet. Trying to put in a little type 2 on the 15-second. Yeah, Moby was saying something about that earlier. I have to look into that also. Yeah, when you don't get clear when you don't get clear reversal patterns, like we just missed that stopping volume, then you've got to judge your mean reversion on a smaller time frame. I'm not looking for signs of strength here. I'm looking for signs of weakness. Yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's possible that they sweep one last slow move. But there's a non-zero chance we've already hit bottom. What I mean by bottom is back into the weekend chop, basically. Anywhere in this range is fine. But I don't know. Let's check our bias. Does that look exhausted? If you were long into this, does it look exhausted or does it look like mean reversion? To me, for exhaustion, I would like to see vectors towards the top, personally. This is all retail volatility. Market maker had the move, stopped, opened the doors to the party. Retail came in. So far, they're still inside. Here we go. First little sign from market maker for intention. So far, only felt the need to provide liquidity to bearish candles. Our vector gaps above our targets. 50 EMA, 200, 800. It's set up for a move up. What we're trying to figure out is, have we touched bottom yet? Yeah, I'm looking for a type 2 on this. Somebody was asking it. When I don't get a clear signal, right, whether it's high volume or the stopping volume candle I'm looking for, then I'll wait for type 2s. There we go. Market maker's finally showing his hand. Yep. When things are bullish, you won't get golden pocket. When things are bullish, you'll get a 382 retracement. Right? It's like bull case, bear case. Base case, bear case. But so many people respect the 200. The golden pocket, that you end up getting good reaction. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to. There we go. And our vectors on. Alright, let's adjust the fib to the new high. Alexa, play Eye of the Tiger. A type 2 entry is just part of my entry protocol. Right? Like, typically I like to catch falling knives, but I didn't see what I needed to see here to take a type 1 entry. Right? Type 1 traders are going to take the biggest risk. They're going to catch the falling knives. They're going to try to catch the pivot. Excuse me. They have the best risk reward, right? Because they can just put their stop loss right underneath. Type 2 has to wait for price to come up and put in a higher low, right? Wherever that might be. They're waiting for confirmation that that low is in. Right? So they're waiting for price to come down. They're waiting for volume to pop up. They want to see some aggression on the tape. Right? Type 3 are breakout traders. They wait till the pattern breaks out and they YOLO into the breakout. Type 4 waits for the retest of the breakout. Right? And type 5 almost into the top. There's no type 5s here though. They're like in other YouTube chats. I don't even have to run a poll. I know there's no type 5s. So basically what you're doing is trying to build structure, right? It's just an entry protocol for whatever structure market maker builds out. All right, so I'm looking at volume now because that's close enough, but I need to see. Oh, do that. I need to see some aggression on the tape, and I need to see volume start to spike up here. All right, type 2 traders. Let me see you. I need to see this tape light up green. Yo, is anybody else's Kiyotaka just tripping out today? All right. Nothing tells a type 2 trader to take this trade yet here. Yeah, the zoom. And like, that's all I do is zoom in and out of this shit and whip this chart around. It's annoying. All right, let's see. Let's go back to the 15-second. Yeah, it's gone. No trade for type 2. This is when not taking those type 1 entries. Now we're starting to see what I want to see here. Now
Was
my
it
type
skipping when you
1
zoomed?
my type 1 bubble is spidey senses are going off. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll wait till after price action.
Let it breathe for a second. Bang, bang, bang. All right, so now we get into my favorite part. Don't ever do this, y'all. We don't future trip. You wait for patterns to draw out. This is just so you could see what I'm thinking. Right. Not a valid type 2. Nice type 1. Right. Good aggression. Good effort to affect. Volume came in. Right. Type 1 entry. Which means that we'd still be waiting for a type 2 at some point. If we get that type 2 at the same spot that we, came, then we'll have that inverse head and shoulders. If not, we'll put in a smaller W underneath it somewhere. But that's a bit of a stretch anyways.
So we got a trap shorts.
Yeah.
Surely they're not trapped yet.
Well, no. Hold on. Let me not. I forgot I'm on the. Let me go to the 5 minute. Yeah. Better than the other ones. Same amount of volume as what we were considering. Actually, more volume than what we were considering our trap short before. And it's in the range. Could it go lower? Yeah, whatever. But that's why we're sitting on a 15-second like some degens.
Yeah, I want to get it.
I already took a type 1, but I do need to add to the position because I didn't go full port or anything stupid like that. Basically 1, wait for 2 wherever that comes in, 3, 4. This is just a glimpse into how my brain works when we start to grab these. I know the pattern's not there yet, but I know the pattern's coming. So you just in your mind set up for where you think it's gonna happen at, and wait for confirmation.
I was gonna ask, the issue you were having with Kiyotaka, was it that it was skipping when you were zooming?
Yeah.
Skipping around? Yeah, so I believe the way I fixed it, I think that's a memory issue because Kiyotaka uses a lot of memory as a website. So what I've done to fix it in the past is just to reload the page entirely or to set like other high memory pages to inactive, and that tends to help.
I'll see. I'll put AI on it and see if they can not AI on, but I mean like I'll put AI pause on it.
Yeah. So I'm not 100% sure it's a memory issue. I do know that sometimes it'll like.
What'd you do? Just cleared your cache?
Yeah, or I'll reload the website. Brave allows me to like set other tabs inactive if I'm not using them. But like I think Kiyotaka is one of the ones that you can't, which is good. But it takes an immense amount of memory for a website. I think it was like.
Yeah, I might get to see me get stopped
out
out here in real time. This would be type 2 entry, by the way. It holds. Yeah, we'll make it more exciting. I gave this a lot of room to breathe just because for me it's either we go back up to weekend trap or we're just gonna trap a little bit lower. So I wanted to give it a little bit of room. I gave it one ATR underneath the wick, even though I took the trade on the top of the bullish engulfing. Usually it's way slower than that, but still, even then, it's like what 0.2, 0.3%. We're talking sniper level risk. Nope, I ain't gonna do that. See where this bottoms, but for right now, that's type 2. I didn't take a type 2 entry here, but if I did, I would keep my stop loss very short. I would go like 1 ATR underneath type 2. I wouldn't go underneath type 1. Just me personally. We're running this one for sport. They're coming to get me, y'all. This is my stop loss right here. Only reason I'm running this without an invalidation is because my stop loss is so small. If the stop loss was 2%, I would definitely have an invalidation point between where we are and my stop. Just to be clear. Yeah, that's what that's so like let's say this wasn't the 15-second time frame. Because remember, we're on a 15-second here, y'all. Like literally. But let's say this was the 15-minute, right? And there was 2% stop loss instead of, whatever. Which I try not to take more than a 1% stop loss personally. But we'll cover that in Cypher School. Then yeah, I would have an invalidation, right? Your trade needs to have an invalidation point. Like maybe price hasn't moved up to where you can safely move your stop loss, but there's a point in the chart that if we go underneath here, I don't want anything to do with it. Or if that support breaks, or if that EMA, rejects, or so yeah, definitely. 99% of the time I have an invalidation that comes before my stop loss. Yeah, Yusuf. A little snipey snipe. Nah, I'm probably cooked, bro. Honestly.
Hold on, it might be another one coming.
Yeah, I will take the very next one. At a 0.2% stop loss, I can take 10 of these.
Okay. I'm with it.
You know what I mean? For me, it's just about being in position when we pivot back up to weekend trap. As long as it meets my metrics, and it did, right? It didn't before, right? You see, I didn't take the type 1 entry here. I waited for a type 2 that didn't come, and then instantly shifted to type 1 when we saw the aggression of that drop. Now, does that mean that that's, you know, it's going to sustain us? No. We've already invalidated that stopping volume candle. Right? Somebody asked before if I have an invalidation before stop loss. If this was a deep stop loss, right, then that would have invalidated the trade for me. As soon as we lost that stopping volume candle, that would have been like, okay, start looking for signs of weakness and then maybe consider an exit before stop loss, just to lock in some of those some of the gains.
I nailed a type 1.5.
Price. Be nice, price. There's people from all experience levels. My mentality here is set up this trade so that I can go eat dinner and let the algo do the rest of the work, right? Bring us back up to the weekend trap. Just a low sort of effort, low stress trade.
Yeah, we could trade it to the back up to the top of the track.
Yeah. Yeah, it is looking a little bit like our midnight ballerina pattern.
What do you think about a deviation at the top of the track?
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, you could always wait to take profits out of the first deviation out of the top. But, I mean, if you look at last weekend, we didn't get one, right? If you traded that first move down, that free in the trap shorts or the trap shorts, you got to like halfway in the trap before it rolled over. So you just got to take that in consideration, right? You want to lock it in and not have to worry all weekend staring, or...
Oh, no.
It's all part of the game. We don't sweat stop loss hits.
Nah.
What we sweat is coming back to a trade and realizing we didn't set a stop loss. So trading this pattern, right, is invalidated now, which means even if this corrects and pushes, it wasn't part of your original trade. Right? Your original trade is that you were putting in, you got in your type 1, type 2 came, you took your type 2 entry. That thesis has been invalidated. The danger of not having a stop loss is that what people tend to do in situations like this is they're like, all right, well, I'll just wait to see if it double bottoms. It's going to double bottom for sure. That's a strong double bottom, right? And then it doesn't double bottom, and then they say, okay, well, they're definitely going after this vector gap, right? 1618 right there, that vector gap, those liquidations, it's not a big deal. It'll recover from there. And then it doesn't. And then they're like, well, it'll come down to this. You know what I mean? And by the time they decide that the trade is gone against them, they're too deep underwater to take the loss. Right now, they've got to ride it out because they don't want to realize the loss when it's unnecessary. Right? If you trade with an invalidation, you're out of this trade already here at 706. If you're trading with a stop loss, then you're out of it here at 705. Right? If it starts to look good after it invalidates, it's 2 button presses away from getting back into a trade. You know what I mean? We don't stress that. Yeah, if I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm out. Like I said, don't let this fool you. I usually would not let price come all the way down to a stop loss. If this was a higher time frame play, if this was the 15-minute, I would have probably already been out of this position. But you're trading on the 15-second. You want to give it a little wiggle room.
There we go. There we go.
Just a little bit of wiggle room.
It's nice to trade the short, be good, and then come back and trade the long.
Bro, Torado, if I could show you the amount of hate messages that I got over that damn circle cam. I don't know why. I thought it looked clean too. I didn't expect it to be such an emotional topic. Just a little bit of wiggle room, y'all. I was wondering if I triggered anybody's Alexa earlier. I did too. When I took my type 1 entry. Bro, I'm the worst like influencer ever. Diaries. I know that's what I should do. Right? And I have like 2 or 3 crazy shorts like every day. But yeah. Nah, I mean some clippers would be clutch, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I hope that these hoodies actually do well, because if they start to sustain themselves, then that'll free up some money. I like making sure that my projects all sort of sustain themselves. You know what I mean? And one side will feed the other.
Yeah, I just realized that if instead of trying to, like, instead of over trading, well, because realistically, I've been over trading my prop firms, challenges and stuff, right? Instead of doing that, if I only traded the trap with it, right, for the challenge, And I only traded on a good type 1, type 2 entry with invalidation. Like it'd be a lot harder to breach. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to access the account as quickly, but
Yeah.
I'd be able to like very much control, or at least I'd have more. I'd have a safer trade to play each time, and more confidence in the trade, and less likelihood of breaching, I guess.
Yeah.
That's actually exactly what I started doing and have seen success with, not on a prop account, just on my personal, on a small account. Instead of doing the $100 challenge, I just started doing that, taking a type 1 or type 2 entry, and that's it. And not trying to do anything else. And it's been incredibly successful. So yeah, really take that into consideration if you're trying to do it on a prop, because I think that'd be a great idea.
I'd love to hear that.
I do want to stipulate that this works with the prop firm that I'm with, because you only have to make like 1 trade per month. I don't know that that would work with all prop firms, because they may have rules that invalidate that, like that if you didn't at least do X amount of trades per day or something, you might not be able to. So I'm not sure about that, but I don't want to put it out like it's advice. I'm just thinking out loud.
Trying to fight to hold this momentum here on the 15 second. This is how dead price action is right now, y'all. Like, we're literally on the 15 second and we're waiting for candles to form. Like, the only reason this is anywhere near entertaining right now is because we're on the 15 second chart.
For a second, I was like, oh, these are really violent moves. And then I was like, oh, wait.
So we can get rid of that because that pattern is gone. My initial reason for getting in this trade was over, but I ran it without invalidation because my stop loss percentage gave me the luxury to do that. And because of that, I'm already in while a new set of traders is setting their trades up. Right?
Is that
Type
why
1s came in here, type 2s came in here.
is that why generally you should, or if you're going to set a stop loss, it makes sense to do 1 ATR below, is because there's a likelihood that if it does drop, that it'll stop before 1 ATR below, like a higher probability?
The idea is if it's a natural drop, right? You can't, the liquidity sweeps are going to do what they do. But if it's a natural drop and price is moving how it has been moving, then yeah, the average true range of 1 candle gives you a sort of a 1 candle buffer against that, you know, that candle that takes out 99% of the stop losses that are right at the wick.
Yeah, and you're also still not exposing yourself so much. So it's like if it does stop it out, you're only losing that 1 ATR past your wick, right?
Which is nothing. It's just 1 candle. The problem is that to trade that strategy, you have to kill that fear of getting in and out of trades. A lot of people, once they're in a trade that's successful, I think it's a confidence thing, right? Like, you don't have the confidence that you're going to be able to take another successful entry. So you try to keep that alive for as long as possible. And that's when I said, like, you start making excuses for the trade. It starts going against you.
I don't know who was talking about it, but they were talking about some stream they were in, and you could just hear like the stop losses moving all the time. And I'm glad they
That's
showed
when
that.
people in this group started trading leverage. I remember that.
Yeah,
Believe it or not, nobody here traded leverage before. Like, the original group, or you did, but you did it like quietly. It wasn't because there was so many new people that it is not something we talked about out loud because, well, what happened ended up happening, which is as soon as we went into the bear market and money got slow, people started getting creative. Like, it's good though. We got a lot of good traders. A lot of people figured it out. There's a lot of people that were in that basement with us that aren't here anymore as well. But a lot of good traders came out of it. But watching people go from watching it from the sidelines is funny because you'll see people break their rules in real time. Like watching people go from I'll never trade more than 2x to I got a new 200x leverage trading strategy within a month's time. Crazy.
I'm like, when I think about how much I've learned in I mean, when I'm on my second year now, but in that first year, it's just like I still was, I still put myself in at way more risk than I needed to, but um, yeah, very grateful for this place. And I mean, yeah, I was grateful for that story because like sometimes I'll catch myself doing that. Like I keep moving the stop loss down because I'm like, well, if it just goes down here to the to this, then it's like, oh well, I'm still within a range where I'm comfortable and I'm only losing like 25% of the move and that was like somebody shared that story and I'm really glad because I'll catch myself doing it sometimes, and I'm like, "What? Nope. I just close it, and let it stop, and wait for a better entry." Right?
All right, we're not out of hot water yet. I haven't moved my stop loss. For me to move my stop loss, I need a breakout of the pattern and a retest. I need type 4s to be in their trades, and then I'll move my stop loss up underneath type 2 entry.
Yeah, that's been like a big issue for me. Is a lot of times I'll move my stop loss up too quick, and then I end up out of the trade, and then it goes, you know, or I move my stop loss up, and I get a little percentage, but I'm getting hit with fees, so.
If I was in a large trade here, meaning risk wise, right? I never judge big trades or small trades by how much money is in. I judge it by the risk level. I could be full port and consider it a small trade if my stop loss is minuscule. Right? But when I'm in a big trade, meaning a riskier trade, if I had been underwater like this, I would have 1000% took profit when we popped above water here. I just want that to be clear. Let's keep in mind what we're doing. We're on the 15 second with a less than a 0.2% stop loss. But had this been a bigger trade, I would 1000% had taken the rescue ship out, even if it means that price continues. Right, being this far underwater and this close to my stop, right, with big risk, it would have been a sign for me to remove risk from the table.
So essentially what you're saying is if you have a good entry, you're going to wait. But if you are higher up, a type 2 or a type 3, and that type 1 is way further below, you might not. And not that that's what you're saying, but
It's just
that
the
might be
amount
one
of
thing.
risk, right? How much if this trade goes 1000% against you and hits your stop loss, how much of your portfolio are you risking?
Copy that. Sorry.
Yeah. That's why I said that your distance, your stop loss distance from price to stop loss lets you know how big your position size can be. We got a hold. There's gonna be a hold. That's gonna be one of the tough ones, I think. I think that's gonna be like a week-long chapter when we get to position sizing.
That's something I just realized that I always thought when it was 1% of your portfolio, it meant like 1% is what you put in the trade. I just realized that
Just the risk.
that's what I just realized. So I could have I would have been trading lower leverage a lot sooner had I realized that.
Mm-hmm. It'll let you know what leverage you need, right? Or if you need leverage at all, right?
Right.
Because you
I
can
would-
reach your portfolio size minus the 1% that you're willing to lose, or 2% if you're super risky. I suggest 1%, but that determines how big a bag you can put in. So sometimes you can reach your max size just on spot. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes the math will tell you I can go 3 times as high, right? And then I have. So then that's when 3x comes in,
Yeah, I
right?
get it now. I mean, it seems so obvious, but I've been doing this
No,
for over
it's
4
not. It's not obvious. I think it's one of the last things that a lot of people learn. People use leverage incorrectly, in my opinion. I mean, there's no right way, wrong way, I guess. But if you're talking risk adjusted, yeah. Like some people just slap leverage depending on how confident they are in the trade. If I'm super confident, I'm gonna go 50x. No idea, like that's not how the maths.
No. It's so relaxing to be able to have my stop loss lower. And before I thought that it doesn't really matter because it all equals out to about the same, but it doesn't. Now that I'm doing it, I can see.
Yeah.
But I'm still have my very small amount set aside for high risk trades. Just so I can do it.
Yeah.
But I'm not messing around with real money. I'm so done losing money. I'm ready to make money. So even with the high leverage, I don't want to lose. It just keeps me on my toes.
Yeah. In a way, it
I've had
is.
lots of these
No.
trades,
Okay.
like other trades.
Yeah. That's you. That's what Cypher School's for, Cal. Cal, it's like chalkboard, please. Examples.
So in this position, right, we've had our type 3, we've had our type 4. You're moving the stop loss up. Do you move it under the type 4? Do you
No,
move it
I
under
move
the
it under
type
the
2?
type 2.
Okay, copy.
Yeah. I move it under the type 2, but I might have at that point now I have an invalidation. Right, the stop loss is just for an emergency oh shit flash candle that you weren't expecting or something like that, right? But if you're actively watching the trade and you're at the desk, then your invalidation moves up as price moves up. Right? If we get above the 200 and start moving towards the 800, my invalidation mentally is going to be underneath the 200. Even if my stop loss is all the way down here. The stop loss is just if I happen to go to the bathroom or I'm not, you know what I mean? Like it's like a safety
Yeah, so
belt
that,
just in case. But if you can hit the brake before you hit something, you know what I mean? Like trading without an invalidation is like driving a car with a seatbelt and you see you're about to hit the wall, but you don't hit the brake because you're wearing your seatbelt. That's not how it works. That's for times where you don't notice that shit you're about to hit and that car comes out of nowhere. But if you're staring at the pole and you're driving towards the pole and you're about to hit the pole, I don't care if you're wearing a stop loss or not, hit the brakes, you know?
sometimes it doesn't look like a pole though, and sometimes it looks like a fire hydrant. I think I can jump it. That was a bad example.
And I haven't moved my stop loss here because we haven't had a successful type 4. Right? This is not
Yeah, because it didn't
showing
break.
strength yet.
I did want to ask you, have you noticed the difference between like how visible high volume moves are on like TradingView versus Kiyotaka, for example, or like different platforms? Is there a platform that you prefer to look for high volume moves if you're not looking at the order book, I should say, like just off the volume indicator?
I mean, when things are sensitive, I like to go to kill talk. Obviously, I want to see, I want to see it build out when we're at support or about to hit a order block, or you know. But that's only when I really want to sort of dig in. This shit is annoying as hell.
Yeah, and I think you can set in Kiyotaka, right, that you can aggregate volume from multiple sources. And I believe TradingView is whatever source you're on, like whatever chart.
Yeah, Khaled, that's what it's like, bro. That's what it's like. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, if this was a sizable stop loss, I would have been treating it differently at this point. Right? The only reason that I'm willing to let it ride and just play out is because of the size trade that it is. But at any time, if you can take the risk off the table, that's what you do, and that's what you're doing, right? Like your risk reward here is 3 to 8 for the trade that we're taking. If you were to move your stop loss to entry, if I was to move my stop loss to entry, you see how like I'm literally removing the risk off the table, like taking the risk off the table. Nah, it's just a slow recovery off that drop off the trap shorts. Remember, we're on the 15-second. I keep saying that because even this is slow. You know what I mean? Like, even this is slow. They try to get me, y'all. You seen how they try to get me, right? .01%. $10 away from my stop loss on a $70,000 asset. No, I'm in this trade. It's just like I said, my stop loss is so low. Right now is when I'm move my stop loss up, right? We've broken out, but we need to hold support. None of this is support, right? We need to hold support on the breakout on this right here. Right there. We hold support there or on an EMA, right? Meaning if we take these tops out, then I move my stop underneath type 2, but my invalidation now is underneath the 50 or underneath type 4 entry. This is the first valid sign for type 4, right? Your stopping volume candle into the 50. And then your type 3 probably got taken out of their positions a couple times. I initially stopped out.
Type 1 in the building.
Yeah, I just get out. If my invalidation hits, I either get out or I move my stop loss to that invalidation. Right? Remember I said sometimes to keep the trade alive, I move my stop loss to a level that I'm happy to take profit at. Right? If it hits the invalidation, then it hits my stop and I'm out. No, invalidations and stops aren't the same.
Like and sub. It's free to help. If you're new, or you want to sharpen your understanding of the weekend trap, stick around and lock in with us over the coming days. This equals great place to learn, plus it's free.
Super chat.
Thank you, Block.
That's the best advertising ever, Dubs. Appreciate you, fam. You heard the man. Lock in.
I've been trying to send that for like all day.
Mm-mm. I think we can come off of the 15-second here in a minute. And while everybody else is on the 1-minute candle, right, trying to see if they're going to get a type 2 entry on this, what they're considering a V-shaped recovery. We're already well into our trade. All right, here's what tells me if I should move my stop up or not. Market maker felt the need to open long positions. First good sign. Pretty strong rejection here. It could fall further, but I don't expect it to fall much further during the weekend if it does. If this doesn't play out, in my opinion, it'll just be to come sweep what was left over. There's a lot of juice. Our measured move is 698. Right? We just played this because we were front running the idea of market makers stepping in and take price back up to the weekend trap. Which I should draw out. Remember, everybody that's getting involved in time frames above ours, right, is waiting for these retracements for entries. So don't. This is why I said that I need to see it hold before I move. Because if 1-minute traders haven't taken positions yet, then I'm not willing to move my stop up yet.
Yeah, because this could be a type 1 on a larger time frame.
Yeah,
trade
this is
and
just
we're
a
waiting for the type 2, right?
this is a type 1 entry on a 5. You're waiting for your type 2 entry
Yeah.
coming through here.
See, that's the thing I forget sometimes is I'll end up like closing out because it drops further away from the 50, and then I like it's not
You
necessarily
gotta move
bad
your
to
time
move them up.
frames. Just remember to scale up on your time frames every once in a while. Before you make a
Yeah.
decision, you should check time frame above you, time frame below you, at the very least. So for traders that have only been watching this on the 1 minute, they're about 3 trades behind us, but they're looking at this fib and watching price come to the 382 for their type 2 entry. So they're watching volume, they're watching the tape to see some aggression. And they're looking for that confirmation that this stopping volume candle was the low. You see how that trade turned into a decent trade after being like a shitty trade on the 15-second? And that's translated to what we like to see on the 1 minute, which is a stopping volume candle, right? Which could have, I think, also put in a stopping volume candle on the 5. No. Yeah, stopping volume candle on the 5 as well. Right? So we watched a decently strong trade develop from the 15-second, from being something that wasn't what we wanted to trade, right? That first drop didn't give us what we needed, didn't give us any of the signs to get in, didn't check off any of the check marks. The 15-second did, or this bottom drop on the 15-second did, right? And that continued to be strong, which in turn turned the higher time frames into what we look for. Nobody's asking anybody here to trade anything, Guav. If it's not your type of trade, don't take it. It doesn't make it a shit trade, just makes it a trade you wouldn't take. Sniping isn't for everybody, man. There's nothing wrong with that. Nah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't take trades on the 15-second. Right? Remember, we came to the 15-second because the 1 minute wasn't showing us what we wanted. Right? We were seeing structurally that there could be a reversal, but we weren't seeing the volume that we needed. Right? The only reason we rolled down to the 15-second was to see how the 1 minute was going to start developing. Right? And then we started seeing what we needed to see on the 15-second. Right? But also, that's why my stop loss is 0.2%, less than 0.2% away. Because you take that risk into consideration. I could full port this position if I wanted to.
Hey, you said all the hoodie orders you had were shipped.
They are all on the way. Let me see if there's any, because there's some came in recently. I need to see if those are shipped yet.
Yeah, I was one of the later orders. Like, it
Yeah,
was like
I'll tell you right
probably
now.
a week ago.
Orders. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 hoodies that are still in the mail right now.
Copy that. Yeah, I just didn't get like it just says order placed, but I was like, it might just be at like the processing center or whatever.
Shopify was saying that depending on the actual delivery service that that you use, they give you tracking information at a different time. When did you order? What date? You remember?
Let's see.
7th?
The 5th.
5th?
It's 2 different orders on the 5th. I paid shipping twice. Smart.
Yeah, I think this is you. They were both black ones.
All black everything. Hey, really, what happened was I got the one, and then I thought about it, and I was like, "Well, I am gonna want that one too." And like, I'll be mad if it like goes. I think you said you were like, you were talking about it. I think you were like, "This is the one that's selling the most too," and I was like, "Oh, now I
Yeah,
definitely."
yeah, it definitely is. That's the one that's gonna sell out first.
Yeah, it's sick. And I
There's
think it's
between
like
like 25 and 30 left of that of the protection one, the black one.
I want the other one too, but like, I just want them all. That's the problem.
Well, I'm waiting for the samples for the Cypher School stuff, so wait, maybe something from that drop. You know what I mean? You'll want to get that instead.
Oh, I'm getting at least one whole fit from that drop. Those look sick, man. I'll probably get both fits though.
Type 2s are seeing what they want to see here on the 5 minute to get into this position. Remember, it's fractaled out to a larger W. So we're not going to have this get all messy on us, but right, that's our new fractal. And as long as that doesn't invalidate, then it brings us a little bit closer to CME. But let's do this one pattern at a time. We'll leave that there for reference. Yeah, it could be worse. I could have done it on the 1 second, but that's when you know I'm really degening. Like when we trade memes, definitely on the 1 second.
Go from Binance to BTC.fun. It's a joke, just to clarify.
Damn, sorry to hear that, Jer. I've done that before. Some of my biggest fails have been just because I fell asleep, bro. Trading on the 1 second isn't any different. It's just your reaction speed starts getting to the point where you don't stand a chance against bots, right? And there's so much sort of illiquidity, especially when volume is low. Like you can't even pull patterns. You know what I mean? You're just Now, if it was a good chart, sometimes you can trade the 1 second and you've got full, you have full candles. At that point, yeah, you can trade just like anything else. When you get a pivot on a 1 second, it will be a W of some sort. Just the same thing you're used to seeing on the 5 minute or the 15 minute. But there's so much volatility. Right? You can just get taken out by somebody slapping a buy button. Really have some increased market maker activity here on the 15 second. I mean, we had some red vectors on the way down when they were trying to bring price down the trap shorts. And then for the most part, retail sort of, market maker gave that boost every once in a while if we needed it. But here in the last 2 or 3 minutes, market maker is really fighting to hold price. This is what the algo looks like when it kicks in. Hey, remember, algo is set to bring us back up to CME gap for the weekend trap. We're all retail, bro. Bunch of plebs.
Oh, damn, well,
CME
you ain't retail, bro.
CME is at 714.
We know you're market maker, bro.
The more I deny it, the worse it gets. Just because I defend market maker, everybody thinks I'm a plant.
Yo, what's good, Dbloc?
What's going on, bro?
So I got an interesting question.
Yeah, what's up?
So I'm thinking of a scenario where I place my shorts up top. I caught that downtrend. I know we're gonna have some kind of uptrend going up. Normally, like, what would be appropriate to risk on the way up in terms of like ratio? Like, if you have X amount of dollars already in your short,
Depends on what you're risking on the way down, right? Because do you have space left to risk? Right? Are you at max risk on your short? If you're gonna hedge, in my opinion, it's something that you have to take into consideration before you take the trade, because you have to leave a little bit of risk to risk, right? If you're already risking on your short, and yeah, you're in profit, but that's not locked in yet. So what you can do, and what most people do, is they'll remove the risk of their short. They'll stay in their short, right? But they'll move their stop up to where they've removed the risk, right? It's a free trade. Now they've got risk that's opened up that they can put on a hedge long. Does that make sense?
yeah, for sure, for sure. Like
The point
that's
is
what I do.
whether you're in one trade or 50 trades, if everything goes wrong, you don't want to lose more than 1% of your portfolio.
Gotcha, gotcha. And that's normally like what I tend to do. Like right now, I have like 4 shorts and they're running. I removed all of the margin, so it's just say I
Free
had a stop
trades.
loss of
Yeah.
5%.
Yep. The faster you can get to a free trade, the better.
Understanding risks
Because
better
then that
now.
just frees
You
up
can,
capital, right, for like other opportunities.
I was to say, understanding risk a little better now. I like changes entirely how I like that I thought I was hedging correctly, and now I understand that that's what was. That's why I would make good trades, and then I would have good positions on both sides, and I was still, um, like still wrecking myself. I mean, I was also
Bro, I've seen people get wrecked on a hedge in real time, like within 2 minutes, liquidated on both sides. Bam, bam. Like the most aggressive. Like, if this person just spends the rest of their life feeling like they were targeted, I can't even be mad at them, bro, because it was so obvious. But to be fair, it's because they had their, they had their stops in very obvious places. It wasn't them that was being hunted. It was the 5,000 other people with shorts in that same spot that were being hunted.
I remember when we were kind of like pre capitulation. I had built up, like while working, like full days. I built up positions on longs and shorts, and had gotten like turned like I think it was like $100 into $1,400, and I was over leveraged, and like I just kept increasing, and I that exactly what you're talking about. Like it was like a candle that went up, hit my stop up there. A candle went down, hit my stop down there, and because of the distance that I didn't factor for,
Yeah.
because I was like, oh, it's safe. I got enough space. Nope. And that's a multitude of fronts, right? Like that's over leveraged. That's not understanding. Or that's you or underestimating the market, and also not understanding risk correctly.
I remember when I first started trading, I would do a lot of like cross instead of isolated. I would get wrecked so many times. It's
Yeah.
like it's not even funny.
Oh yeah, and I was in cross. So yeah, that was definitely a big part of it.
The
I
sweet
got the
spot for
recommends.
me personally, and I think that if you want to take trading seriously, not just like to make money, but if it's something that you want to do, I think the goal is that 100K in the trading portfolio. That mathematically becomes the point where you can take multiple trades, multiple simultaneous trades, and not worry about hitting your risk cap. Right? You still got good sizable trades, and it opens up a lot of rescue opportunities for you. Right? Because there's certain things you can do to get yourself out of a jam. You know what I mean? Not only that, but you move a little different with 100K in the trading portfolio. Right? Like 100K period net worth is an amazing goal, right? But 100K put aside in the trading port is when different things become available to you, right? That's when you move into wealth preservation instead of accumulation mentality. And it's an achievable goal. If you had $10,000 at the bottom of the last bear market and you bought Bitcoin and you sold it at 100K, or you sold it at 120, right? Then you've got your 100K. Now people need money to live, right? You can't just, not everybody can just recycle all their earnings right into the trading port. You still need to live, so it takes some time to build it up. But yeah, things are Things are different at that point. You're moving a little bit different at work. You know, you're not taking things so seriously. A bad trade doesn't ruin your week. A lot
It's
less
interesting because I
stress.
think 100K is also like six figures is when you start getting into like um more like high skilled salary positions, right? So I think that also like touches on the metric for, you know, quitting your day job to go day trade, right? Um, but I was thinking about, because just as you were saying, like getting that 100K and preserving that wealth, great. But if you quit your day job, right, and you're making, you know, 40 to 70, so you quit because you made 100K or you accumulated 100K on Bitcoin. But you can't sustain 100K profits. Like you should be able to at that point, right? But if you can't sustain that 100K profits,
And don't quit your day job, man. If you want my advice, don't quit your day job. If you got a job that you don't absolutely hate, that doesn't just suck the life out of you every day you go to work, don't quit your day job. But if somebody's willing to pay you to show up to a building and do something that you don't mind doing, no matter whether the chart is up or down, or like, yeah, you don't really want to cut that off lightly. When I made the decision to trade full time, I waited until I had 3 years saved up of expenses. 3 years of my current living expenses, how I was living, right? I don't want to change my way of life. I don't want to cut back on anything. Can I support myself for an entire bull? If we go into a bull market that doesn't bull, right? We go in a bull market that doesn't bull and just goes sideways for 3 years. Am I cooked, right? Or can I, can I float myself? That was the first thing. And then I started trading as if I was retired when I wasn't, for months and months and months. Just calculating in my mind, you know what I mean? What if I didn't have my job right now? And what if I didn't have my business right now? What if there was no other streams of income coming in right now? I've always been an entrepreneur. Like, I've had all types of businesses, bro. I'm a really, really bad employee. Like, horribly bad. Comically bad, even. So I figured out early that either I'm gonna do something for myself, or I'm just gonna be miserable for the rest of my life. Which is how I got in such big debt at such a young age. And I told y'all, when I started trading, I was 6 figures in debt. I was in the whole trading desperation, something that needed to happen. Like, it needed to work. If it didn't work, I'd have been absolutely cooked, bro. The people that I owed money to weren't people you owe money to. But when you don't have any credit and you come from certain places and you're an entrepreneur, your access to loans is, let's say, non-existent, you know?
yeah, I can definitely I can't relate to, you know, obviously I can't relate to quitting my day job because I can't do that. But I can relate to being a terrible employee. Even like when I had jobs like that, once I developed actual like pride and passion in my work, I was still on paper not a good employee, even if I produced well. Um, until this industry I'm in, which is why I won't quit my day job, but I will eventually seek to eventually not have to take every gig, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, people say when you say don't quit your day job as like some sort of insult, but it's like, nah, yo. Are you kidding me? these months when we go like when if this plays out the way I think it's gonna play out, and we go down to 52, and we go into that multi-month long consolidation where we just go sideways and everything is literally dead. Like those are times where I'm jealous of somebody that still has, you know, a high paying salary.
Hmm.
Now, if you're not being paid your worth, right? The first sign, um, the first sign that tells you that maybe you should start to toss around the idea is it's costing you money to go to work. Like when you add up your money making hours, you're making less money at work consistently than you are when you're trading. Then you're allowed to start thinking about it, but you're not allowed to even start. You're not even allowed to start making a plan until you go through a whole bear market. So, okay, good. During the bull market, you're making tons of money. Congrats. You know, everybody else is too. But most people decide to quit their jobs at the top of a bull market. And then the bear comes. You know what I mean? And it's like yeah, you can short. There's definitely money to be made in a bear, but it's not as, it's just the money's not as regular. And people get stressed out. And so, yeah, you got to know that you can make it through every cycle consistently. And again, like I said, if it's not killing you to go to work, bro, like if you like it and you like the people there and you're doing something you love, like don't quit something you love just because you can make money doing this.
Also, like, not every weekend trap is as as fun to sit through as this one has been, right? So far, at least, right? It's not been too bad. There's a lot of days where like I can imagine if I quit my day job and that next week was just one of those slow weeks, I'd be like ripping my hair out.
Um,
You know. I also like having a roof and food sometimes.
yeah, and a wife that isn't looking at you like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
Like,
I ain't
bro,
got
it's
one of those
different
yet,
when you're
so
single, you don't have any kids. You can make these decisions, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to change my whole life and I'm going to, but good luck telling your, you know, telling your girl that you're quitting that, you know, 50, 60, $70,000 a year job because you got really good at trading funny money on the internet. It's going to take years to convince them that this was a good idea. It's not easy. You got to have the right person, definitely. Also, you have to take age into consideration, right? Some people are a little bit older, closer to retirement. You know, once you retire, you're going to have all the time you need to trade. So, keeping that money coming in and building that nest egg, you know?
Mhm. And look, if you quit your day job at all times highs because you thought it was going to 200K, got caught in that exit liquidity as a and your wife ain't happy about it, you might not even have the Bitcoin or the couch. You know what I mean?
Alec, you're 20 years old, bro. Do you know how many Bitcoin bull markets you have ahead of you?
It's
The
dangerous too. Remember
delayed.
there somebody who used to come in here all the time and they quit their job.
Yeah.
It was a really big deal and started trading. And I think it was within like a month. It wasn't very long. And some glitch happened and all of his money got wiped. And
Yeah.
so he went from, you know, having a job and being a trader to having no job and no money. Nothing to make money with either. And it wasn't even his fault. It was, or, you know, it might have been, you know, but from how it was presented, it wasn't.
There's things that can be projected, but there's no guarantees in the market, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's no guarantees in the market, and there's no guarantees that there won't be some exchange glitch either.
Yo.
Yeah, glitch or
What happened?
hack.
You couldn't get in, Puff?
Yeah, no, I couldn't get in for some reason. I don't know. It was doing something weird. Like all the channels wasn't coming up. It was like weird. It
Discord
looked like
ghost.
it looked like it kind of downsized.
We've hit our first measured move, y'all. Another successful episode of To Catch a Fallen Knife.
Dbloc, when do you think you're gonna start the classes up?
In about a week and a half. Tonight, I'm putting out the poll to find the times.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I'm ready. I'm ready. I was like, yes. I'm excited.
Me too, but it's gonna be fun. Be fun. I just gotta get off of this
And I think
fast
it's a
so I can
really
have some
good thing.
energy.
And I think it's a really good thing because it's gonna, if people are not realizing their mistakes, or if there's something that they're missing, they're gonna be able to pick up on it. That's why I'm so excited for it.
Well, the reason I did it timing wise is because I try to time it for that multi-month consolidation, right? So like, I don't want to distract from price action now because there's moves to be made. But once things go boring, and then once we're done, then hopefully everybody's sort of ready for the bottom. You know what I mean? That's going to be the main focus when it comes to TA stuff in the course is going to be about catching this macro bottom coming up, wherever it happens to be.
Because I just been saving my money, putting money away, just putting it to the side because I know. I'm like, all right, I didn't really catch it last time the way I was supposed to.
Yeah.
But I'm like, now I see exactly. Now I see why Zusi went the way he went about it, and it makes absolute sense. On a long term
Yeah.
aspect.
Just surfing it out, bro. Just chilling, riding the
Yeah.
waves.
Has he been in lately?
No, I haven't heard him, but I haven't been on during the day lately. I've been sleeping in because I've been up till like 7 o'clock in the morning.
I swore I heard Drew yesterday, real quick.
Yeah, I know he was on a couple days ago at least. True. I wonder if Zusi's walking a dog still.
Probably picked up a stray along the way.
Sometimes I
That's
just think that Zusi smelled some real good fresh baguettes. You know what I mean?
Go. This is going to be a pretty good stream. I got to make sure I don't let this one go over. I should probably keep it short so it's something people could rewatch because we touched on a lot of good shit entry wise.
You got a lot of stuff on your plate, D.
Bro,
I understand.
You ain't lying. And I'm doing construction in the house at the same time.
Sheesh.
I'm maxed out right now.
You're doing it, or you letting somebody?
Nah. Somebody else is doing it. Somebody else is doing
I'm
it.
about to say, sheesh. I don't even.
But dealing with workers and contractors and all that shit is no. And you know me, I gotta spread the love. I got a homeboy electrician, and then and the viejito that does plumbing, and so it's like,
yeah,
you gotta keep everybody on track. Make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to do.
Right.
Yeah, I'll always keep it grassroots if I can, right? But sometimes, bro, you just gotta call licensed professionals that come in with, you know what I mean, standards and shit like that. But
yeah, depending on what the situation is,
yeah,
I definitely. Yeah.
I'm doing a renovation. Actually, I was doing it the last 3 days doing the demo, and then I'm doing the renovation. for the next 2
Dbloc,
weeks.
you're not afraid of the real estate market out by you?
Nah, I don't even play with real estate. I'm not worried about it.
No, not getting involved in it, but I know you're not like silly, so I know you're like looking at your properties.
Man, I told y'all from like 3 years ago that this bear market was going to be special because it's a real estate crash bear market. And the last one we had, Bitcoin wasn't even here. Bitcoin was born out of the ashes of the last real estate crash, which means we have absolutely no sort of precedent to know how Bitcoin's going to react during this shit. And I love that type of situation, that type of environment.
Yeah, something new.
Being able to read the chart in real time and understand momentum and liquidity gives you an edge whenever things are different. Right? Whenever you're going into an environment that nobody's used to, like there's no playbook. Right? You have to play it as you go. And that's my strong suit. So I live for that type of shit. You know, give me a good strong edge for a couple months.
Adaptability is hard learned, but it is a very powerful skill, right?
We should be coming down for type 2 entries on the 15-minute here. Not too long. Right? We're still very much V-shaped when you come to the 15-minute. Right? Your type 1s are in, but type 2s are still waiting for some sort of entry. While we've been in this trade through 4 fractals already.
Yeah, I got out on the last shoot up. I just been doing I have money to the side, but I've just been like really just doing the dollar trade.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm.
Shit.
Just to keep me busy with it. Like, no, okay. Because I don't know, I feel like I do better when we're on a downtrend for some reason. It's like I could kind of predict it more. I don't know why.
There's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to fix it either. Just flip the chart. Some people have an edge. Some people, their pattern recognition is just more OP on the downtrend than an uptrend. It's just the way it is. Your brain's wired that way, bro.
I think it's because in all reality, we're in a downtrend a lot longer than we're ever in the uptrend, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a fact.
So I guess like my brain understands like, nah, once it does this wild dip right here, you already know what's about to happen. You know?
I'm looking for that bit of mean reversion here when we hit the 50 on the 5. We might just go explosive and not get it, but what it would look like, right? It's like that, and then come back and hold those highs. And then this would be our final fractal that takes us up into the weekend trap. Right? At that point, our measured move would be this is hardcore future tripping, by the way, y'all. Like I said, don't get used to doing this. I'm just trying to show you how my mind works when I'm in these trades. All right, so that's the final pattern there, final structure that opens up my TP. And then if you go to like the 10-minute that we were just on, right, it's just that W pattern that hasn't been put in on higher time frames yet.
So when you start looking at larger time frames, do you move your stop loss on one set time frame, or you
No,
kind of hybrid between?
no. Stop loss never moves down, always and only moves up.
Sorry, if I said down, I meant up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like to stay on the time frame that I'm watching until the pattern fractals, and then I like to pay attention, right? Because I don't want to be sitting here on the 1 minute and be freaking out when this is coming down and not realizing that we're just putting in a type 2 on a 5 minute, because that'll make me take my profits, right? You want to keep in mind the status of all of them. 15-second fractal's already been blown out, right? 1 minute fractal hit its measured move a second ago, and we hit all the bells and whistles. The 5 minute fractal is right here. Let me change this color just so it makes sense.
So
Right.
as you're hitting your targets, you're moving it up to different time frames.
5 minute fractals right here, and the measured move for that we haven't hit yet. Right. So there's no need for me to move to a higher time frame until this fractal's hit. But I will move to the higher time frame just to check the progress of the other fractals. You won't have to after a while. Like, I don't have to go to the 15 minute to know that this is V-shaped on the 15 minute. If it looks like this on the 1 minute, just common sense will tell you there hasn't been a big enough dip to give you a type 2 entry on the 10 minute or the 15 minute yet. Right? So when you see that this doesn't play out, your automatic thought isn't, oh shit, it's not going to play out. It's, okay, we're coming down for a type 2 on another time
So
frame.
what time frame do you put your trades in at then?
I took this one on the 15-second gang. But this is a special. This was just because we were doing low time frame TA for the, for the YouTube. Like, I don't normally take, but 1 minute, 5 minute, those are your sniper entries.
Oh, okay. You're just sniping those, but like, what if you like,
Yeah.
all right, I want to kind of put this one in, but I want to kind of walk away for a couple of days, but not
Well, then
like
you want to
walk
wait for
away, but
higher.
not
You
have
want
to
to
like,
wait for higher time frames. I mean, you want to take your
right,
trades on the
okay,
break on like the 4 hour or something. Like, if you're taking trades on
right,
the 4 hour, those are good day long trades. Maybe even multi-day long trades. Just depends on how long you want to be trading for. You got an hour to trade, you jump on the 1 minute, 5 minute, take a quick scalp. If you're gonna be
I
working
mean,
all week,
for
you
those,
know,
it seems like they don't really work out for me. But that's why
it's
it's good that
it's
you're doing the class
listen,
because I know it's just something that I'm missing.
it's not even that.
That,
Maybe that's just not your speed, right? Like, I've got it broken down in the Cypher school between 3 types of traders, right? Your snipers, your scalpers, and your surfers. Right? The surfers, they don't care about any of this shit, bro. They don't care what's happening on the 1 minute, much less the 15-second or even the hour. Right? They took their profit or opened their short at the top of the market. And their next decision gets made at the bottom of the market. Right? Scalpers are willing to take trades on any time frame, right? You're just trading momentum. You're trading your 1350. Snipers are looking for that very moment where price changes direction. Right? They want to be into that trade as early as possible so their stop loss can be as tight as possible. And then they want to watch it and see if it actually builds out into a 4 hour trade that now you're jumping into. You know what I mean? But there's nothing wrong with it. It just depends on how much time you have to trade. Do you have all day to be at the screen? Or do you have to work all week? So maybe you wait for a good setup on the daily. Right? Where you know that it's gonna take 4 or 5 days for it to play out.
right, that makes sense. So I guess yeah, I just saw how you want to play the game.
That's it. You
That
just
makes
gotta pick your
sense.
speed, bro. There's nothing wrong with either one. One isn't better than
Yeah,
the other.
yeah, it's definitely
The
not.
best
Definitely
strategy is the
not.
one that makes you money, bro. That's the
Right.
best. Instead of knocking your head because you can't trade a certain way, just stick to what's working. You know what I mean, and scale that. But yeah, that being said, there should be some shit in there that, and I mean, I know I've said all this before, but having it all in one place, I think, is going to be helpful.
Yeah, in like in a more structured way too.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, of course you're structuring it right, but
No,
it's
it's
like,
that's true. It's live, right? It's like this is
yeah,
more.
yeah, I know it's different.
This is
I
like
know it's
so
different.
far, it's been more of like an apprenticeship. Like when you're sitting
Right.
with somebody that's doing something in real time, and if it happens to come up, then you talk about it. You know, but it's not. It's different when it's like more structured.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna take this W out of here because it's just annoying me. Let me move this. You know what our dots are. Oh, actually, that's better. Taking the dots
Yeah.
out fixed it.
I got a playlist that I have like some of the streams that I was listening to or whatever. Where there was just a lot of topics. So I'll save certain episodes. That way, even if like I can go back and I can go look at that whole week. You know what I mean? If I really need to.
If
But
you guys have any episodes that stand out to you that you've gotten like, you know what I mean, real like alpha from or that have made something click, send it to me. You know what I mean? Because if it helped you, it'll help somebody else, and I'll definitely clip it up and put it. You know what I mean? Drop it as a short or drop it as a video or something.
yeah, yeah. I'll say I got like I said, I got a couple playlists for a couple different purposes. But yeah, I can send you the ones I got.
Yeah, I got to get back on my computer savvy stuff. I just been on the phones and on my Alexa. But I'm about to. But now since you kind of gave me a time frame, I'm about to go clean clean up all my hardware and set everything back up again.
Come on, baby, let's go. We got 2 targets left. We've got our target at 7108 from the 5-minute W, and then we've got our imaginary target from our imaginary W that hasn't formed, but it will because market maker knows I have to go eat, and he's gonna give me a good type 2 on the 15 add. And then that'll take us up to 715.
Yeah. So if we reject the likely scenario, we could just like full V shape on the 15 and just break up. But I feel like the most likely scenario is we hit this target on the 5-minute, come down for a type 2, and then hit. Just because we don't really have
The
like it hasn't
50
been.
EMA on the 5 will probably be what does it here.
Mm.
Right, mean reversions to 50s will usually be what triggers the type 2. You just have to find it, and you have to look for it. But this would be a good spot here, yeah, to come down, test that high of the break of the W. It also brings in type 4 traders into our white W, and it'll bring in type 2 traders on the 10-minute and the 15. And then that's how it builds, right? That's like technically the anatomy of what we talk about when we say building structure. Right? We don't watch it because it has to happen. We watch it because if it doesn't happen, it means something. Right? Patterns teach you as much in the invalidation of them as they do in them playing out. Yo, I am gonna let my inner fat boy out of this cage, bro. I'm about to go nuts on dinner. I'm waiting for it to get here. It hasn't got here yet.
What'd you get?
Some barbecue spot. I just got just a bunch of different meat. Pause. One of those platters that gives you all different cuts and everything. I couldn't figure out what I wanted, so I was like, just give it all. Give it to me all.
Yeah, barbecue is definitely the inner fat boy, like the best inner fat boy food.
I mean, I didn't go
In my
crazy
opinion.
on the sauce or anything like that, so still somewhat on the healthy tip, but
mean, I'm like I'm not a purist, but I definitely have to appreciate sauce. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of sugar in them sauces, man. But yeah.
Yeah, and I want that. I want to cook low and slow. I want to, fall off the bone. If
Yeah,
it does that, man, that's already good.
that's how I get it at this place. Crazy.
Yeah, I believe it, bro. I be hearing you talk about your food. Yeah, I know you know what's up.
I'm not gonna. I mean, the Miami's got its good and its bad, but the food is great. That's the one thing I could give it to you. You can have whatever you want, and like at a
Bro,
high
I
level.
want.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, let's have Chinese, but there's only like one Chinese spot to get from. It's like shit. Nobody likes it. Like, there's there's competition.
Yeah, I want to try that. I gotta get that Wagyu cheesesteak you was talking about. That's
Well, man,
so.
I don't know, man. You might want to just skip that because you won't be the same after.
Oh, but like I need to
Like, you'll
know.
still enjoy regular cheesesteak after that, but this won't be the same.
I mean, yeah, that's what I want though. That's why I want.
Yeah.
that's that's why I want the Wagyu cheesesteak because like I need to have that life changing experience. Like I've hit a lot of things that I never thought I'd be able to eat, man. But
No,
that
that's
frying
definitely
with those
something you have to. That's definitely something that you have to have, or even just Wagyu in general. If you haven't had a piece of Wagyu steak, that's something you definitely need to put on the list. Well, you spend more than that shit at going out to eat at fast food. You know what I mean? Like, you cut back for 1-2 days on fast food. Everybody can have a little piece.
yeah, especially if you order it yourself. Like, you order your own way. I mean, you gotta know how to just don't overcook it. Watch a
Cooking it is
video, but
easy.
like
It's really quick. You don't want to overcook
yeah,
that shit. You're just
yeah.
searing it on both sides and going
But I mean, even
ham.
if you overcook Wagyu, man, it's still gonna taste
This
way
is still
better.
gonna be the best steak you've ever tasted, even if you cook that shit well done. But just don't tell anybody you cooked it well done. But
Yeah, don't serve it to no one. You know what I mean? Like serve it to yourself. And see, then you got the cheat code. Because then if you overcook your
that shit
Wagyu,
shrinks, bro. It's funny. I've seen somebody do it. They came out with their plate and they had it well done. Like, yo, just medium rare at the most. Like, nah, I'm gonna do mine well done. You guys eat the way you want to eat. I'll eat the way I want to eat. Okay. He brought that he brought that plate to the table, and it was like a quarter size steak. It's all fat, right? Like, he just rendered all the fat out of it,
yeah,
all the good part.
I get why it happens though, because it don't really like look done compared to like it just looks so different.
People just don't like blood, bro. It's just the blood that freaks people out.
But that's the best part. I'm sorry, I might be different, but um,
I mean, don't
I
don't
will
get me
say
wrong. I don't like it when it's like, I don't like it raw, but yeah, a little blood in the middle. So.
I like a good like medium rare minus to medium rare plus. That's where it's at.
Yeah,
But
but when it comes to the wagyu, though, just sear both sides and man up and take a bite.
and nowadays you can even get Wagyu at Walmart and stuff. That's like
Yeah, it's
decent.
I mean, you got to be careful. That American wagyu shit is really just um, it's really just like ribeye that's injected with wagyu tallow.
Yeah, correct. It's still tasty. It's still gonna be tastier than your average steak. And I mean, some of it is cows that have been bred to be more genetically close, but
It is
it's
not the
not.
same.
Yeah, and it's definitely not A5, right? Like I wouldn't call it. Yeah, but I mean, look, the thing is, even at
even a not A5 Wagyu steak is gonna be delicious and it's gonna be an experience. If that's all you can afford, man,
All right,
so
let's start talking about Wagyu because I just have some regular beef coming and.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Nah, honestly though, you can't have that shit all the time. I mean, it's the type of thing if you've never tasted it, you have to, right? But you can't eat it all the time. It's too rich, and you don't need a massive piece. You can't eat that. It's too much fat.
Yeah, I'm generally if I'm getting it, I get like 4 ounces, bro. Unless I'm ordering it myself. Like if I order it first. I am sad. I ordered Wagyu jerky one time and I forgot that I put it in the freezer.
That's
Cause
disrespectful
like
though. Wagyu jerky.
it is. I also got Wagyu burgers, so
That's
I
understandable
would
at
just.
least.
But you know what? That was the best burger. I swear.
Fat is what makes a good burger. So it makes sense.
Yeah, but grinding up Wagyu doesn't feel right.
Yeah. The best burger, honestly, is some good ground sirloin mixed with Wagyu. Because you need the teeth of the burger still. A all Wagyu burger, there's like no consistency, right? It's like you're eating mushy bread. Delicious mushy bread, but
It kind of just feels like you're eating fat with a little bit
yeah,
of
you
beef
wanna
flavor.
you wanna add that's like how people add fatty cuts into non fatty cuts to try to get that perfect balance. Like if it's just some Wagyu, bro. That Wagyu tallow is good for
I like
burgers
the
too. You can just put that shit on regular burgers and go to town.
I like a chuck and brisket mix, and then mix that with the. You don't really need the brisket if you're putting Wagyu in.
Good night, H. I'm just waiting for my food to get here. You know how I get.
What is like the Wagyu or vegetables? Is it like eggplant?
Ugh. I don't know. Never been a vegetable guy, and I was vegan for 3 years.
Actually, it's probably got to be avocado, right? Because that's kind of like
Probably.
yeah, which is fire. So I ain't even mad at that.
It's been a while since I've been down to Key West, Jacob. At least since we didn't like just eat at the Airbnb and shit. All right, here's that move down that we were looking for. We need this to hold to keep our thesis alive here. Guys, remember that Cypher School is going to be visible for Discord members that have their family role. So remember to double and triple check. Make sure you have your yellow role. If you're still green role, you need to get your family role before Cypher School starts. This is a little more aggressive than we would like to see.
Let's talk about Wagyu and now the Bears are hungry.
Let me get this. Where is it? My food just got here. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna have to let this one play out. Because your boy is starving. So, for right now, up shorts. My trap longs are way up here. I mean, honestly, we'll reassess that later. We gotta let this play out a bit. This has not been defined yet, right? Our weekend trap range hasn't been defined yet. But right now, we're looking at this, but that could change. Seeing as our CME close is above the range that we accumulated at, right? Logic would tell you that that probably will expand if we get up there. But for right now, that's what we're looking at. There. Now, Banshee went crazy earlier with the memberships. All right, y'all. I'm going to eat. What are we at time-wise? We're good time-wise. I'll be back. We know our invalidations. This W pattern invalidates. Right there. Anything above that is just a type 2 on the 15-minute, 10-minute like we were looking at earlier. And let me leave some room for the double to the downside. All right. All right, fam. Trade safe. I'll be back.
Ah, they're still trapped though, so we'll see.
Him. Everybody's just off having a good Friday night somewhere else.
But I was trying to talk to my Bluetooth speaker, and that probably didn't work. What up? To me, it was a perfect frame mix to relax and trade. Well, relax as and watch the charts. But it's sure been a little bit of a hairy one. Crazy stopping bloating candle. Kind of wild.
Who are you? I don't think I've met you.
I'm old. You know me, kind of.
Oh, okay. Hold on,
I might sound different because I just demoed a house that had a lot of black mold.
Holdies. Who's that?
I'm that guy.
That
The
one guy?
Yeah, the one dude with the nuts in his logo.
What?
I know no one realizes, but like it's a demon, and then at the bottom it's just nuts. It's two walnuts. That was as per personal request from the artist.
Are you happy with the results?
Yeah, very. I actually I have a streaming intro as well. It's pretty cool. But he didn't put the nuts in the streaming intro, which I was about. That's fine. I think one pair is enough. You know what I mean?
Nope.
I mean, I feel like if you have more walnuts than that, it's got to be a party, right?
I got a whole box of nuts. I have several Tupperware in my kitchen full of nuts, various kinds. I got a variety of nuts. I think you don't want to hold yourself back.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
There's always room for improvement.
Yeah, this is true. There. Look, we could always be better, right? Well, in that case, I apologize for not having enough nuts.
No apology necessary. That's why we're here. That's why we're here to learn. That's why we're here at the Cypher School.
Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. But you know what it is? You know what it is? It's that, you ride bikes, so you have all the nuts. I don't ride bikes because I'm terrified. Yeah, it's your fault.
Okay, well, I'm your role model then. It's a lot of pressure. Someone's got to do it, But I'm willing to take on that weight on my shoulders.
Yeah, you're like my best self spirited. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you. I live vicariously through your nuts.
No, yeah. I'm gonna journal about this later.
Yeah, good. I guess. I'm so sorry that you have to journal about nuts now. I mean, I'm sure you won't be the first and you won't be the last, right?
Yeah, every teenage girl I feel like starts there. That's their journal career. It's very first century.
Dear diary, nuts.
Dear diary, today I met a boy.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no song about like nuts like there is a song about kissing girls. So, you know, maybe Katy Perry just needs more nuts in her diet.
No, but seriously, who are you?
I'm a dude. I wear shirts sometimes, and like occasionally I have sunglasses.
Okay.
I got hair too, like a little bit, not like it's receding, but yeah.
I haven't been here in a while. What's the macro feelings here?
So kind of doing that thing where we're like making a W, but it like, it's kind of like a lower high. And we still haven't gotten back up into the weekend trap. And we wicked down to a new low. And then it was like a stopping volume candle, but like then it jumped back up. So I don't exactly know how to read this and I don't want to call it. I'll pull up YouTube and see what they're saying. Oh no, not.
Oh no, you don't want to do that, sir. That's mistake numero uno. That shot over there. I think I went on a walk. I came back and I got a notification that Amazon delivered something. And I was like, no, they didn't. I've been gone for like 10 minutes. Freaking package right here. Little package berries.
Oh. Well, see, okay, so Ghost is on YouTube chat right now, so it's
Okay.
it'll be fine. I wasn't just gonna like read you like YouTube chat. I was just gonna kind of try to decipher what people are seeing, but sometimes reading YouTube chat is very entertaining. Sometimes I'm sort of entertained, but I think most of the YouTubers are a little more entertaining than myself. Yo, right. Well, never mind. Ghost went to go touch some grass. My bad. I lied.
So the 4 hour here. I've been watching the 4 hour chart a little bit. You got the whole like upside down kick Fox move from Super Smash Brothers going on. That big red, shaboopy doo up to 74. It's like if you're playing Smash Brothers, and then you go, the upside down kick. When someone's falling
Yeah.
from the sky, you go, "Huck, pop, pop," you stop him and then you kick him with the other foot. That's what that 4-hour candle, that red one there at the top. And then, so that's usually a reversal candle.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mhm.
and it's also our trip longs at 74. And I
Mhm.
think like the way so I don't really know how to feel about it because the one part of me is like, well, that seems like they're gonna bait the longs and then go right up to it and then bounce back down, like reject back down. Especially with how like whales have kind of been pretty strong when it comes to like that 74 range and stuff rejecting. But the other part of me is like, well, this would be like one heck of a last hurrah, right?
Oh yeah. It's gonna go back up there because the 5-minute they left some vector schmecter up there. So Monday, so our Sunday night, they're gonna go back up there, free the trap longs, false move up, 3-day down. I think
Yeah,
this is
that's my
correct.
thought. But I'm not sure. So the other way we could do it is go right up to it, bounce back down. I mean, I guess did we free the trap shorts if we wicked, but we didn't close? I guess we did. So
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if like that counts. I think you have to close it. But I don't know if that works with trap shorts. Um, so you saw a ghost eating food. Interesting. How did you see a ghost? And how was it eating food? And you know what? Never mind. Sorry, YouTube chat. I did that thing that I was supposed to do. Um, but yeah, like so I was thinking about it, and if we go right up to 74, that's good exit liquidity. To go down and then bounce, or not quite exit liquidity. It's good liquidity to go down, bounce, get the gas, and then pop up on a 3-day up, hit like 78, and then get real exit liquidity for um, capitulation. But I also like I mean I guess you could do that. Just like go up, free the trap longs, and the bullish trigger could send it. But I don't think it'll actually hit 78. I think it'll stop a little short. I think it'll act like it's gonna. But I'm not. That's like pretty deep difference. So I don't really know how to read this at this point. Like they've. Let's see. Yeah, like we had a type 1, and then that type on the like 1 minute or I don't even remember. It was 1 minute or 15 seconds. It was just small time frame, and then that invalidated. Then we had a type 2, and then we had like it was just a bunch of things. Um, and it's just been like we've been having some weakness on whenever we hit the 50. We're on kind of like on the 50 now, so like maybe um some strength comes in here. I just don't know how to read it because that weird wick, like that part still puzzles me. Because it wicked on right below where the type 1 entry stop loss was for blocks risk to reward that he was posting, but they showed.
You're super zoomed in here. Are you doing Dbloc's chart?
Yeah, I'm looking at the chart on the what is this, the 5-minute?
Mm-hmm.
So after we got like our mm, yeah, after we got our type 2, which was a like super sketchy, super deep type 2, like about midway up that move, um, it dumped down to like 74.30, and then in that same 5-minute candle, it turned into a stopping volume candle with a pretty significant, with more volume than that red candle that brought us down in the 5 minutes. That brought us down to the type 2, or just above the type 1, I should say. Um, and so like if we're not just gonna kind of like droop down,
Which if we droop down, then we're freeing the trap shorts, right? Like if we don't, basically if we go below that wick for any reason, or we go below the trap shorts, well, yeah, because that's the most volume, so it's pretty much traps. I'm just maybe I need. You know what? Let me look at it on the 15th. I need to zoom out. My brain's too much bleach. Breathing a lot of bleach yesterday. That wasn't fun. You say it's not healthy. I would agree. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm just checking out the 4 hour. Yeah, you just like riding that 200 on the 4 hour, but you got a classic double top happening at 74. Got smacked. But that huge stopping volume candle with that long wick trapped a lot of longs, in my opinion. It's a lot of. I thought it would go and clear that right away, but I could see that it didn't and just kept dropping. So
Between the top, you're saying?
So it's probably gonna go back up eventually, like Sunday night, Monday, and then
Yeah.
how it reacts off 74 again.
Yeah. So maybe we go down test stuff. So okay, if we go down, like if we break below the was that the 200? I think on the 4 hour. If we break below that, like right now we're sitting in a point of control. So if we break below point of control and then it goes below that 200, which is pretty much right at our type 1 entry, right? There's another point of control down in the where the 50 is now, and I think so. Like if we free the trap shorts, it's gonna or we hit bear's trigger, go down, hit the point of control, maybe bounce, right? Which it's gonna do it there, and I think that is likely because of how fat that wick is. Bounce there, then 3-day up question mark to go get that to go reclaim that vector, and then I mean we could. There's like a demand zone at 76,000. There's a few, I mean, decent sized fair value gaps on the way up. If we make it if we make it above 70, there's a bullish fair value gap, and then there's a supply zone above it. I mean, above 78. There's supply zone above it at 79. I mean, so I just don't like. I don't know the way this relief rally's been. I gotta see it happen for us to to be more bullish than like somewhere around 76, 77. I think we bounce off the bottom of that, or I think we reject off the bottom of that fair value gap at 77, or like take a little bit and then bounce down before we hit that green one, before we hit that bullish one. So that's just my theory, like right now until I see, you know, something that changes that.
Yeah, you got some real macro momentum pushing us down and to the right. The daily, the weekly, the 2-day, all of that's just like diagonally to the right. And every time we go up to the cloud, it just gets pushed down. So it's can't lose 65K. That looks like a big old bear flag. That measure move is like, whoo.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm expecting, though. I'm kind of expecting that, like, unless we break through, if we break up into 78, actually, if we break up into 78, I even feel like it's more likely that's going to happen because that's, I'd have to look at previous. See, I'm still like learning the larger time frames and past cycle moves and stuff, but I feel like that would be a pretty solid relief rally and like also a pretty solid point of capitulation. Um, but I'm no expert on that, so
I mean, hey, at least we got a green candle weekly finally, right?
Well, I appreciate your feelings.
Thanks, but feelings don't make money, so I appreciate you appreciate my feelings, but yeah, I got to sharpen up on this a little bit, the macro.
Money, my friend, is going to be made when it gets real boring. If you're trying to play this relief rally thing, I don't know if I'd call it that, but I hear what you're saying. I mean, I don't know. You're probably just like micro doing it, like up to 84 or whatnot.
Not even. I'm kind of not gonna play above 78. This is my first time trading in this part of the cycle, and I'm just gonna. I think I'm gonna sit on my hands a bit because
Yeah.
I just want to. I do want to, if I can, in the space that we've got, and in these, you know, try to get my platform test done because my last one liquidated because my phone died. And I was working the whole thing, but we want to try to get the challenge done. But I'm not also sweating it because like I have time in the consolidation range to do that, and I think it'll actually be a little bit safer, right? So I'm being pretty cautious here myself.
What number challenge is this now for you?
Oh, let's count. It's like 11.
Okay, you're about tied with me. You're about tied with me, son. Now, when are you gonna stop being so stubborn and just let that go? let it go. Let that prop go. It's
Well,
hard.
so, yeah. Here's the thing. So, I'm a Taurus, so yeah, not
Okay.
being stubborn is it's not my not my strong.
Oh,
I
I
do.
thought my story would save you last time.
No, it did. It did. It saved me from a lot more hard. Like it made me slow down, and I didn't go back to. Well, I went back to back for like 3, and then I didn't go back to back after that. I sat and I waited and I paper traded, and then like I tried again, and then and now I'm on 11. But
What
if I
Bitcoin chart are you drawing your lines on when you're
uh,
doing that? What Bitcoin chart are you using when you're doing the breakout trade prop thing challenge?
well, so personally, I'm using the one that's set up, but I'm doing it on mostly on TradingView on uh right now on BTC USDC.p, but that's only because I was doing the challenge, so I'm actually going to change that currently.
So
I'm
the are you doing breakout?
yeah.
They use the OKYX. Wait,
KX or yeah, what I know what you mean.
I forgot the acronym, but they don't use Binance. They don't use any other chart. They verified on their Discord that the closest chart on TradingView that is the OKYX one. I think that's the acronym. I can't. It's been a long time.
I can see it, but I can't. OKX is what it is. Copy that. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I've been. So what I've been doing is I've been basically I have my indicators on my TradingView chart. And whenever I'm like getting close to that time, I hop over to the breakout chart. Um, so I'm like watching the numbers on breakout and I'm checking that. I haven't had too many issues with like transferring between. Most of my issues have been like me either over trading or um getting stopped out of a position that I thought was secure, and then I have a decision to make, and that's kind of what messes me up. So this is my last one, by the way, because if well, yeah, because I don't think we have much relief rally that. The whole goal was to pass it, have the account for the bottom of the bear. If I don't have the account for the bottom of the bear, I'm putting that money in a spot.
Think
You know
about
what I
it this
mean?
way. Let me give you a different example of what you're doing. Are you going to be able to handle those same parameters that they're giving you right now even if you did pass, let's say when you pass,
Right. I still have the max drawdown, and that drawdown lifts up with.
yeah, it does not stop. It just they fund you the thing, but then yeah, the same parameters start. And in this wild market, that I saw that's what was it for me. I was like, okay, I've spent like $4,000 on this stupid thing, and I could have taken that $4,000 and bought me a nice spot bag of something, or I got really pissed off. And I think the first time I took a break, I think I was like, okay, man, the stubbornness in me, I was like, man, I jumped through hoops to like get my freaking ID, and all of this other stuff. And I was,
Get up and learn more. Yep.
and so I don't know what it was, but in my mind I was like, well, I don't want to waste it. I don't want to waste that. I went through those hoops or something. So when there was more volatility in the market, I like went back in it because I was like, okay, well, I kept buying the $25,000 one, and then I bought the 2-step one.
So I've been doing it mostly. It's been mostly $5,000 ones. So like I've not been, because if I can't do it with that, I know that there are reasons that it can be somewhat easier. You have a little bit more wiggle room with a little bit of a larger account. I get that, but if I can do it with the $5,000 one, right? Then right now I'm on a $10,000 one. But
Did you know you can't have two?
Yeah, I do. But I'm not. Part of the reason that I was doing this in the first place is to test myself. The other part is that there's been some issues getting payments from clients, kind of thing, and so I've been getting slow trickles of money, and so basically,
Basically, you're giving it to breakout.
yeah. Well, the idea was that if I could succeed before the bear, that would give me access to a source of potential income that I could use to then buy spot with. That is like potentially helpful. And the idea was actually to get it done and be profiting on to profit from the capitulation. That's the goal, and that's why this is probably going to be my last one, because we're getting to that time, right? So unless things change, now if I like, which I'm being very careful with this one, if I breach this and we go up to like 80K or something like that, I might do one there if I can catch it before the top and then just write it down, right? And like close out once I hit the amount, and then wait for another entry to ride the rest of the way down, and then take that profits and put it in the spot, right? But other than that, I'm not touching it. That would be the last possible one for me. I mean, if I'm profiting from breakout, right? Like if I get the challenge done and I'm profiting from it, at that point, I'm gonna put part in the spot, and then I'm gonna try to succeed enough with it to buy the next one, right? Because if I can get it sustained, great. Especially if I can sustain in the bear market where it's a little less crazy and we're in kind of like a more solid range, sure. But outside of that, the entire purpose of doing it is to um create some more dry powder for me. However, I am currently renovating a house right now for the next 3 weeks. So I have income coming in, and that is all going into spot. Pretty much, other than like, bills, right? So um and my season's about to start. So like that's all pretty much gonna go in spot. But like until like it's just been the situation that it's been in. Like for me it was the best option I felt, although I think I underestimated the difficulty of proper challenges. Or not necessarily overestimated my ability, because I actually wasn't too sure. But I kind of underestimated the way the market was going to move, or overestimated, or um and absolutely I did not. I There was a lot of times where if like I closed it there and I'd sat and waited, I would have been better. But it's been a interesting few weeks for me in my personal life too, which is kind of part of it. A lot of that was stuff where
I was just dealing with stuff that I had to deal with that kind of came up out of nowhere. And so yeah, that's why this one, like, I actually have today to trade, and then I'm pretty much, if I can catch a top, great. But if not, I'm just gonna sit and watch, and I might try to finish the competition or the challenge if it's not breached that point. If it gets either somewhere pretty solid down in the capitulation, or when we hit one of those bigger numbers on the bottom that I'm looking for, which is like, 52 is a place I'd enter, right? Well, potentially not when we hit 52, but whenever we head past 52, I might enter. Or, uh, from like 48 or 38, I might start looking for an entry. But yeah, pretty much all. I appreciate it because like I definitely learned the lesson that you were trying to teach me in my very special doing it the doing the thing that you're telling me not to do way, or not telling me not to do, but suggesting that that you have experience with the thing. And so this time around, but no, like
Okay,
yeah.
hold on. Give me a chance to talk now.
Oh, sorry.
You said a lot there, and now I can't remember everything that you said, and so I don't want to feel like I want to acknowledge all of those points that you brought up, but there was a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
Not
Right.
that you're asking for a reply on everything, but anyway, I was just listening to you. But it sounds like you are using these parameters, these rules that Breakout is giving you. And by the way, I don't remember if you remember that I said it's like basically owned by CryptoFace. So I don't think I think that also helped me like not want to give him any more of my money because he doesn't need it. But
so
but it
yeah,
sounds like it sounds like you have a plan and you're just seeing it through, and you gotta see it for yourself and all that stuff. And I think eventually you're gonna either do your plan and everything was executed the way you thought it would, and everything's great, or B, it'll be something weird and un like you unplanned, it just freaking happened, and you're just gonna be like, the heck, man. And then you're gonna have that feeling again of like, oh, and they're gonna send you that stupid email that you got breached. And then you go, yeah, whatever. I can, you know what? I could fix this, and I could just have another one in a second, okay? And then you somehow feel clear again, like clean, like you have this fresh start, or for some dumb reason. But yeah. But let me tell you, I wanted to tell you something. There was this one coin that I got early on, and this thing was like a moneymaker for me. And I could just, and it was just a spot bag, and I just had it on my wallet, and I would spend money, and that thing would just keep growing, and I'd be like, what the heck? And I keep spending it, and money just kept coming out of nowhere, and I was like, what the heck? And so let me tell you, that's how money is made, not this little breakout prop thingy that you're doing. That the real money is going to be that spot bag. And if you're just like having fun playing, just like distracting yourself too, like with things that are happening all around you, like I totally get that too.
It's not so much fun, but just life happens sometimes, and it's nothing like particularly bad, like particularly with me, but it's just things that have popped up that I've kind of had to deal with. So that's okay. Like it's nothing I can handle. But there are things that I should have done, and there are times that I shouldn't have been in trades, right? Or I should have closed it where it was. And this is true about my trading in general, right? But it's also my schedule. It is just what it is. It was a little easier to do it on a prop firm test with virtual money than it actually is when I'm doing it with my own money, because I kind of don't like doing it. I was getting a lot better about like sitting and waiting.
or taking my win, walking away if I'm not sure about where the move's going. But it has improved my understanding of kind of what's going on. It has improved. It's been a bit weird because yeah, this is my first time dealing with like the downward side of the market, or actually, trading in it and not just being like a really outside of the loop investor. So some of this I think is also just me not quite like me setting my targets higher, where yeah, if we're headed up towards all-time highs, sure.
Okay,
But
so let me reply to that. The thing that got me was that I would do these measured moves on like the 1 hour, 4 hour, or whatever, and I'd enter my trade, and I did all this like macro TA, and once it went in the direction that I wanted, I would be like, oh sweet, okay, cool, all right, I'm gonna hold this. But then it would just like round trip me or whatever, or it would go down to wherever my stop loss was, and then I just keep hemorrhaging money, and I'd be like, what the heck? And so then I'd be out, or it would breach or whatever, and then what it would do, it would go up to the freaking measured move I had eventually. So hindsight, what I think that I would have liked to have been doing is taking like how Dbloc like really stretches out his chart, and it really like it really enunciates every pattern. Mine is always too like squished together, and so I end up missing a lot of smaller targets. And had I really been trading it the way that I think that like my skills were at, like whatever kind of trading I was trying to do, it was incorrect because I was doing this macro TA, but then I'd be zoomed in and setting my trades on the 5 minute or whatever, and it would be too over leveraged according to their parameters. And so that's what would get me each time. So you really have to like either like take those micro wins and just like have 10 of those, try to get 10 of those in a row, even if it's just like a few pennies or whatever. Like have the limit order sitting there already and watch it come up and fill it. It's really satisfying. And then wait for the next setup. If you know that your macro is saying this up here is a target or that down there is a target, you can like take a little bit of like, don't sell the whole thing, like take 75% and then leave a runner at that target that you put on your macro, so that when it finally goes and hits it, you'll be like, ah, dang, that felt good.
Yeah, I've been getting better at that. So the prop firm stuff, a lot of it is I've been doing like I've been risking too much. And it works when it works, but then like a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm like good through most of the trade. I've got a good entry and my target's a little too high. Or what's been happening a lot is like that the bear whales come in and it almost comes to the target and then we invalidate, right? And I keep like, because my idea is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna close it when it gets up there and I see it turn around, and it's just not quite been enough one way or the other way. But we keep getting these lower highs, and so like then I was like shorting it. I think like really mostly, so even if I succeed with this prop firm trade, the prop firm test, my trades on the prop firm at this point, because I want to keep that account open as long as I can, but also profit from it, obviously, right? Is going to be a secondary, and I'm pretty much thinking that I'm not gonna trade it too much. I'm gonna do a little bit during the traps. When I have a little bit more, like I kind of know this thing is gonna do this thing a little bit. I'm gonna wait to trade it more heavily until I've been through a bit of the consolidation phase and kind of have an idea for how things function in that realm. And mostly be trading spot. Because I think I kind of promised myself that from the bottom of this bear, that I don't really want to play with leverage too much because I want to like, even if I think I'm better, and even if if I've improved my skills, I don't want to risk not coming out of this bull cycle with as much Bitcoin as possible. And yeah, leverage can help. And maybe at some point I'll start playing with some leverage again. Cool, but in very small amounts and for very specific moves. And outside of that, I'm trying to just pretty much stick to spot. And potentially, if my account is not breached, um, uh, trade the 5x with that. But I'm and like because I only have to do it once. I don't to keep the account active. I only have to do one trade a month. So I'll probably just trade the weekend traps. Wait for it to kind of start to form. Wait for to catch that falling knife, and then trade it from there. And lower my expectations as well, just because that's kind of been where it is. But I get the feeling that um it's well, I don't know. I don't want to say get the feeling. I don't know what it's going to be like in front of Bear, but I'm going to kind of sit and watch, and I'm going to take trades that I know I can profit from with it if I don't breach it and I do succeed with the test, or even if I still have the test open, just trades, small trades, let it succeed over time instead of trying to force it. Because the reason I'm targeting too high now is because I'm like, oh well, I want to do this before it doesn't really, it's like otherwise, like I'll have money coming in, so like from work, so like that money is dedicated to spot. You know what I mean? And paying my bills and so on and so forth. Like outside of that, like I'm not going to be spending that on prop firm tests. If I cannot succeed with the prop firm test, my rule for me is that I'm not going to do it. Because if I do succeed, then the only way I'm buying more prop firm tests is with prop firm money. And that's the kind of the rule I set for myself so that um
How
I
does
don't
it
waste.
make you feel when you breach?
Oh, terrible.
Okay.
Especially because especially because most of the time I'm like I walk away, like I finally like I start to get comfortable is what it is. That thing about comfort, right? For whatever reason, it's like, oh, oh, my trade's going well, it's going towards that target, and my attention gets averted, or I go to eat dinner and I come back, or I like drive to wherever I'm driving, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I'll check it when I get to where I'm going, and then by the time I get to where I'm going is when it's turned around and um either it might not be negative, but like I've round tripped a bunch. Like I almost succeeded with the last two, like got really close and then round tripped and then wrecked because I was like, oh well, then I'm gonna catch the top here, and I caught the top early, or I missed the reversal because I had to sleep. So it's frustrating. But I have at least made progress through it, both in the amount of time that I have the test running, and also in the trades and the success of my trades and my win rate overall and my risk to reward. But it still hasn't succeeded. So this is kind of it for me, is what I think. Realistically, and because when the money's coming in, that I would even be able to buy it again, is going to be close enough to the bottom of the bear that I would rather just hold it, put it in the spot, and guarantee that I have.
You know what sucks about that though is that it's not like it's money that you get to buy spot with. And then what kind of momentum are you going to be trading during the bear with that anyway?
Oh no, I'm talking about like the money, not the money that I get out of that. Money I get out of that, if I can, I'm gonna withdraw and then put some of it into spot and then save some of it to re-up the test if I decide to keep going that route. If not, just put it in the spot. But the money that I'm making from my day job is what I'm gonna. That's all dedicated to spot. Like that's my real money, which is that yeah. Like that, I'm not putting into this because it's just it's
Yeah.
unless I can make it sustainable and feasible, right? Then
Uh-huh.
that's good. But I'm still really trying to keep that rule just so that because to me, if it's sustainable and feasible, then there's no reason that I can't pay for the next test
Mm-hmm.
with testing, right? And then I can have multiple accounts. Then that makes sense. You know what I mean? But like
I gotta
Is
get.
your rule gonna be lucky number 12 though, like, or lucky number 13? Like when
No,
will you have had enough? What's your number?
I don't really have a number set, but I think it would have to be 13 because
Okay.
no, it would
You're gonna
have to
give
be 12.
yourself
It would
two
it
more
would have to be
chances.
12. No, it'd have to be 12 because
Okay,
this
one more
one,
chance.
yeah, this
Okay,
one,
so you're telling
this one
me
doesn't
that if
succeed, I
you
might
breach
get one.
this one, then you get one more chance. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, and I'm not even gonna open the account, nor am I gonna take the test until I'm not gonna start the test until we have gotten up into numbers where I am, or we are reversing down and breaking through numbers where I'm sure that like we're going down.
Okay, if I talk to you again in a month or two and you say, Tana, I'm on number 15, I'm on 14, whatever, I'm not going to say anything more to you about this thing because then you will have known that you are gambling, sir.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you.
And I will
I
hold you accountable.
Please do. I appreciate you holding me accountable this far too. So, because I didn't even really think about like I knew I was getting up there and testing until you asked me. I was like, oh yeah, yeah, it's been that many tests, huh? So,
Listen,
but
it felt really good to have this one coin give me the opportunities it gave me last year. I had never felt anything like that. I never felt it with leverage trading, and I began my entire crypto journey leverage trading. And I lost a lot of money. To me,
Yep.
anyway, it was a lot of money. And I don't have a lot of money to lose. So that sucked. And it sucks losing. And it sucks when something like breakout makes you feel like you don't know what you're doing or that you're somehow not good at TA or that you somehow effed it up somewhere somehow. Like, what did I do? What did I miss? You know, it sucked. That's what feels terrible is that this thing that's out of your control or nature set these pretend risk parameters for you and said, this is how we want to control your risk management. And it just feels icky. And I don't like that. And so when I decided enough was enough, it was like, okay, I don't want to feel that anymore because it's like, does winning in Vegas feel more powerful than losing in Vegas? And the answer is no. I think losing your money in Vegas feels way worse than winning.
yeah, and you're guaranteed to lose. The only thing about the test that like the reason why so the spending of money bothers me. The failing by their criteria bothered me at first because I was like, wow, I didn't, I underestimated this, or I didn't realize what this actually meant in reality, right? But that part I actually don't mind because to me, that's not a failure. I've learned something from that. So then that investment actually makes sense. Not to continue doing like you don't,
11
like,
times.
well, yeah, yeah, but that's
So
a
when
bit
we pay tuition to learn a lesson,
fair. You're right.
hold on, let me take this course again. I didn't get the grade I wanted. Let me go back. Let me try. Let me take this course over again. Hold on. Let me just one more time. Let me try again. Let me take this course again. Anyway, I don't want to make you feel like any type of way. I'm
No,
just
no. I actually, like I said, to me, it's constructive. So it doesn't like hurt my feelings. It takes a lot more to do that. The only thing that hurt my feelings recently was that, well, it actually really didn't, but it was that, there's a young lady that I'm interested in that I've known for a long time, and she was kind of extra smiley lately, and I went and messaged her to like kind of start that conversation, and she has a mans, and that's not really upsetting. It was just kind of like, oh, I'm sorry, like
she has a what? She has a what?
she had a boyfriend. I just didn't know.
Oh.
So Like, she might have been extra smiley, but like, she was very respectful about it, and I was like, respectful about it. It didn't really hurt my feelings. I'm just kind of sad. Like, like I was like, oh, I was hoping that that wasn't the case, but she just got to it before I got to like my next question to her literally was gonna be like, hey, like, so what's your like situation? Because I don't want to be
That was really
rude.
nice of her to tell you
Yeah,
that,
she was very respectful,
so that
and
it
like,
doesn't waste your time and it doesn't
yeah,
set her
and
boundaries.
I respect that like as like just like as a person that's been in relationships before, like that's super respectable, and she handled it appropriately. And honestly, it just makes me admire her more. But I'm like being respectful. That's it. I'm just sad because I was excited. You know what I mean? But
Oh, okay. So this is how number 11 happened.
no. It might have been how I failed
Okay, it
number.
was on number 8. It was 8.
It might have been part of me failing number 10, but it wasn't like directly. It just like it wasn't like I wasn't like moping. I just didn't think about the fact because I was thinking about other things. But
I have another question. How
yeah.
long do you feel like you're supposed to stay in a trade? What's your rule?
So
Is it based off
that
feelings? Is it like I'm gonna long here because I think it's the bottom, and then you just like hold on to it for days with no like real, or do you like just a few minutes, or does it depend? What are your parameters?
I can shoot for long-term targets, and like so what I tend to do is I tend to have a trade that I'm shooting for long-term targets, and then I have like steps up along the way, and I think that's a lot of like how I end up wrecking myself is I try to catch each step. It's like kind of like aping in, you know what I mean? And what ends up happening is we get close, and then it doesn't get to my upper targets, and instead of letting the smaller trades that I should be letting close, I end up moving those up to the upper targets because it keeps going up or keeps going down, whichever way it is, right? And then it's always when I get comfortable. You know what I mean? It's always when I'm like, okay, this trade's going well, things are looking good, volume's there, like the structures there that I need, like there's the next logical step up is this, and then we get halfway to that step in the reverse, or insert news story here, and so like that's something that it's just like I have to change a bit, and I have changed with this test, and that was kind of like the last test. Really, actually, realistically, the last test I failed because I was at work. My phone died. I don't have either of my chargers in my car work right now because there's pins broken in them. So basically, I was at work and I had set my stop loss. My initial stop loss is basically set to a set amount of pips. So it's like kind of an emergency stop loss, and then generally I'll make the trade and I'll put the stop loss to the exact point I want to put it at. And I had opened the trade because of where we were in the charts, and then work. I was demoing a house. I was getting into demoing. There's black mold. A bunch of other things happened. My phone died, and I had no way to charge my phone. And so by the time I got back, I would have, in that case, actually closed that trade when it hit like that spot and bounced where it did. But at that time, my phone was dead, and I had no way to charge it, and I couldn't even like call my coworker that I was getting lunch with because you know what I mean. So that
So you didn't have your cell limit set. Is that what
it
you're
was
saying?
it was set, but it was my auto set. Like it was my preset, which was just in breach range. And just a little bit away. So I had already peeled down that account, right? And that was the thing that set it over the edge.
I was $2 away once from breaching. I was like, and I talked to them. I was like, what am I supposed to do with this? And they were like, you could always just open another one. And I was like, okay, okay. Because I was like, so do you have any idea how long this would take me to build up from $2 from away from breaching? And they were just like, yeah, well, It would take a long time. Okay, so do you have a trade open right now?
Let me. Yeah, I believe so. So
You're watching this move then,
Yes.
or is it on Bitcoin?
Yeah, I'm in a buy. Hold on. Or I'm in a long, although I'm
So based off of Dbloc's chart, do you think that this is a real move that won't retest anything?
um I'm not so my thing is I think that this move makes sense. However, as soon as we get near the weekend trap, I'm gonna pay extra close attention because we've just kind of not quite hit the mark so many times. But I do think that this makes sense for us to go up into the weekend trap.
So you
However,
already have where's your sell limit set at? What's the price?
it is. So I have a stop loss currently at 70, basically 7,700, and my take profit currently is at 72, 72 grand. But I'm actually not targeting 72 grand. I'm keeping that open in case. But as soon as we hit the weekend trap, I'm gonna push the stop loss up, and my most reasonable target is 71, like 71 200. I'm like
Hold on,
pretty sure.
hold on. So one, take profit. That's a market order. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's why I have it up at 72,000, and if we get up there, I'm gonna put the sell limit a little bit below. Is the idea, but I don't.
So are you playing the weekend trap, or are you playing some sort of longer move?
I'm playing the weekend trap. Like I'm playing the safe move, but I'm considering if I'll keep it open if we push up into the weekend trap with strength, and it looks like we might break above. But I'm not really seeing the liquidity there, so most likely I'm just gonna play the weekend trap.
Okay,
I
so
just have the take profit up there because if it does continue, um, like if it does continue, I'm not gonna close it out, right?
so
If it
you are
bounces.
technically in the green right now, according to you.
Yep.
So you're cool with it hitting the 200 right here on the 5 minute, and then coming right back down to where those bright green vectors started.
Yeah,
And
if
then
it hits
pushing it out.
200 and bounces, I'm closing it there, and I'll wait for another entry.
So,
At this
sorry.
point,
Sorry, say again.
sorry, if it hits the 200 and it rejects and it goes like, well, basically, if it hits the 200, it doesn't enter the weekend trap. If it hangs right underneath the weekend trap, I'm gonna wait. If it hits it and it bounces more sharply down, I'm gonna close it there.
Well, it looks like a lot of people are front running the 200 at this.
Like it might happen right here. Yeah.
But this is what I'm talking about. These small little momentum moves that market maker gives you. These are the small ones that I wish that I took more advantage of, because I was like you and I'd be like, well, I think it's going to go way up here to 72 eventually, 4 days from now or whatever. Like maybe I'm going to play the false move and I think it's going to go up from here. So I'm like, okay, it's Friday and that's Saturday, Sunday, maybe Sunday night, but maybe Monday. So it's 3 days that I have to hold on to a trade and think if I'm right. No. There's gonna be lots of smaller things that you could do in the meantime.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know if I should feel attacked or feel seen, but I think it's more I feel seen.
But also, yeah, your take profit, that's like a stop loss, but for taking profit, and it's a market buy or sell. If you do the sell limit, then you get more money. And they don't tell you what the fees are on that thing, which sucks. But they are they're programming it as if there is a fee.
Yeah, and they're certainly not small. Like I've gotten used to the market order side of it to where I do kind of know, like I have a general idea of like where where I have to, set my limit. not set. I'm sorry, not set my limit order, but where I have to set my where I have to make a decision for it to make sense for me to not lose from it at this point. But that has not been the case before. However, I haven't done too many. I've done a few sell limit orders, right? I've done a few of those. A lot of it's just been time constraints. Like I haven't had enough time to actually sit and watch the charts and actually chart.
Okay, I hear you say that. I hear you. So how much time are you giving this trade in the time that you have available to you right now to trade?
I have
Or
an
sleep?
hour.
Okay,
I
so
got to be up
so
early.
in an hour time, do you think we're going up to 72 for this trade?
And I think it's possible that we might hit not 72, hit towards 71. But yeah, I guess I see what you're saying because my stop loss is still going to be, yeah. So
I'm hearing from you that you don't have the time to listen to me whine. That you don't have the time to like have the macro play out for you, and then this thing happens, and you're like, we weren't there or whatever. So the only tip that not that I have any like reason to give tips, but maybe just trade with the time that you're there in front of your computer and not leave it open to some like bigger thing. Unless you're like super, like it's all your money and your parameters are your parameters and maybe you have like zero liquidation or whatever.
Yeah, no, like
but it's one heck of a time to be playing like that. This is like a weird time, in my opinion, to be leverage trading.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's like I do recognize that like a lot of this is I'm shooting for these big targets because I'm forcing myself against a wall that I've created, but also a wall that I need because otherwise it doesn't make sense, right? Like, and that's the same reason I have the rule. Not like saying like I should be doing it this way. This is just the way that I've done it, and like it's been an interesting journey.
Are your rules working for you or are they failing you?
They're working for me in terms of what I'm learning and the success of the trades itself if it were my money. It's not working for me.
It is your money though. You bought the test.
Yeah, it's not working for me within the test. Like if this was a spot bag, a lot of the things that I have targeted have hit, right? And I wouldn't have liquidated if it was a spot bag with that amount of money in it. However, depending on the exchange, of course, but however, it's not. And so I think it's very valid, and I appreciate all this constructive criticism, and I appreciate like please by all means always give me tips because I am open to information, and that's how I learn. And even if I don't look like I learn, and I'm a stubborn idiot, well, not idiot, I'm really not, but even if I'm stubborn and my learning methods aren't always the safest. Um, I am learning, and I actually, I'm super grateful for all the information, and I love outside information because I know one thing is that I know nothing. You know what I mean? The minute I think I know everything is the minute I failed to understand, the reality, right? So, I'm never against tips, and I don't believe that there's I'm sure that there are liabilities with advice, but I don't believe there's such a thing as like, not having the validity to give tips, especially if you've experienced the failure of the thing, because that I think even it's more like you definitely have more knowledge than me in this because I'm now on my 11th, right? So I just got here.
Well, I wanted to experience wins, so that's why I went to Discord because they have like a show your thingy, like the payouts from people that have actually passed their tests. But I read somewhere that their actual like I don't know. Take this with a grain of salt, but it could come from just like sore losers. But I read that those like posts are from people that actually like just have these free accounts or like work for them. but
Yeah,
I don't know if
I
that's true
just
or not. But I was like trying to live vicariously, and like I was watching Crypto Face once, and he was showing it like these people that were getting these payouts, and I remember it was like a huge volatility day. It was sometime last year, and he goes, "This guy bought a $25,000 test, and like he got it. He passed his test in one step, like just off of this. He shorted here, and he like passed here, and he like draws a line on his chart." And he like showed it in his Discord, and I was just, I don't know, it's just all. Anyway, we don't have to talk about it anymore. But I'm glad that you have these rules, and I hope that it works out for you.
You
yeah, me
two
too.
get all
And
that shit out already?
yeah, go ahead.
That's good, Joe.
How was your barbecue?
Good.
Barbecue.
Very good, very. I got stopped out of my trade and had to re-enter, but it's all good.
Yeah, the way they stopped you is kind of crazy. They stopped me too.
Just for the W to continue to play out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like one candle on the 5 minute.
Tana, was that a Green Day reference earlier?
Hmm?
Was
What?
that a Green Day reference when you were like, "Do you have the time to listen to Rewind?"
It sure was.
I hope so, because I've had it in my head ever since. Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
CZ, how do I take what emotion? How do I manage my emotion if what situation happens? Getting stopped out?
What's your rule for re-entering, Dbloc?
Get back in if it looks good.
Oh, okay. Hi, by the way.
Hello.
Shoot.
Yeah, if it looks good, I get back in. We got a big stopping volume candle, big wick. Stopped me out of the original position, but large volume. And you just re-enter. Another trade is here. Instead of back there. You can't stress it, man. You get stopped out, that's meant to keep from something bigger happening to you. Problem is that we remember all the times we get stopped out and price kept going, but you don't remember all the times that price stopped out and then continue to drop.
Yeah, in some sense, isn't it hitting your stop? But it may not be a profitable trade, but it is a successful trade because you're successful mitigating your risk, right?
What happened was supposed to happen, yeah. Like I said, you don't get mad at the seatbelt.
Pump it.
Sometimes I get mad at the seatbelt, but that's just because the seatbelt's messed up, and it's my fault because I didn't replace it.
Bro, you need to pick a struggle, gang. Sometimes you gotta let shit fly, bro.
Oh, I'm like comfortably numb. Fine. When it comes to my seatbelt, it's been like that for a while.
Ah, bro, they got you out.
Yeah, they stopped me out of my initial trade.
They didn't get me. How did this happen?
Because I had a tighter stop than you.
Oh, damn.
You said it looked good. Did you jump back in?
Yeah. Same tight stop. That's why I really like that. You know, I know nobody will do it, but I really like that 100 trades. 100 trades, $100 spot trades. right? Your goal is at the end of the 100 trades to have more than $100. But the low key magic there is it gets you used to taking trades without hesitation. Getting in and out of trades, in and out of trades. There's people here that haven't taken 100 trades. There's people here that blew their account before their first 100 trades.
I'm one of those.
I blew my first account before my first 100 trades. 1000%. And then what happens at the end of those 100 trades is one, your confidence is built, right? Two, maybe it took you, like we were talking about those prop firm tests, maybe it took you 2 or 3 times to pass the test. You know, and you're like, well, a dollar isn't going to mean shit to me. Well, it does when you get to 200 and 300 and you still can't take any real trades because you haven't passed your test. And it's a test with yourself. Nobody else is going to give you a pass and give you the keys to the kingdom, right? You have to stop yourself from trading until you can prove that you can do that. But one of the interesting things that happens when I send people out to do that and they come back is that their questions are better. Right? They have 100 trades of experience under their belt. Like, why did this happen when I did this? Or why did, you know what I mean? And it comes from like experience, not just book learning.
What's going on, fam?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Little grind back to the weekend trap.
So with this wick that we got here, do you consider the trap shorts to be freed, or
No, that would just be a renewed trap short. Volume is higher. Stopping volume candles more aggressive. Plenty of people thought this shit was gonna roll over here. The speed of that candle. I was watching it when it hit.
yeah, I was about to close my trade and then it just shot back up. I was like, thank God I waited to make sure where it closed.
You're not the only one, bro. People were slamming short on that.
Yeah, that's rough.
Now, once we get up into the weekend trap, we can really start to range out and figure out what the dimensions of it is going to be. Because right now, our CME closes above our weekend trap.
So if that's the new trap shorts, right, then would you consider where we bounced at the bottom of the 50 cloud type 2 on the 5-minute?
Yeah, if you took your type 1 here, then your type 2 entry was here. And your W like this. This is a good example, though, of what a typical trading day is like, right? Like, sure, there's times where the very first falling knife comes and we catch it and it's gone. But this was really more typical, right? Like, this one came down, gave us a stopping volume candle that got invalidated. We said no to this, right? Or I said no to this. I was waiting for a type 2 entrance that never came, right? But it did flush us down and give us a good type 1. Took that type 1, it chilled for a while, it got invalidated, retook the type 1, right? And now it's starting to play out. But your risk is what keeps you able to do that, right? Even if I had lost all 3 of those trades, got stopped out of all 3 of those trades, 0.6%. It's not even a full percent. I mean, it's possible. We've seen market maker lose control before and not be able to get back to weekend traps. Yeah, that was that was not me, gang. Give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta go get something from outside.
Get up in there, Bitcoin. What were the longs trapped at?
Probably 74.
All right, I'm back.
They're gonna stay there.
Dbloc, are the trap longs at 74 from the 4 hour?
My mouse died. You gotta give me a second. Yeah, they're pretty high up there though. They're at our top where we pivoted.
Yeah, okay.
73,870.
You think they'll stay trapped, but we'll make a move up closer? No.
I don't know. That's a pretty big move up. I mean, that's 4% basically just to free the trap longs. This seems like a pretty big ask.
So just the
And we
top,
still
probably just the top of the trap is all. That's it.
Oh.
Yeah, my theory is that it does, or it goes up to the bottom of it, but I think you get a false move up this time. But I could be wrong.
False move up has to go very high.
Yeah, but it left like 5-minute vectors up there, D.
Mm-hmm.
You think it'll just leave it there?
They don't all get taken.
Is that when you, because when I look at the 4 hour, like it's more than 50%, you know, but the 5-minute is not.
Yeah.
So it wasn't.
Yeah, the more those vectors are recovered on smaller time frames, the less of a draw. But this is a pretty big ask. I mean, it's possible. But we have to remember where we are. Time-wise.
Oh, like on the. Don't you think it needs to still pause or before coming down still, or no?
I mean, we've been paused this whole time. If this is really the top, the next part of this move should be pretty quick.
Down.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at that, how we were like resting there on the 2 week, and then I looked back at the last start of the bear, and I was like, dang, we didn't spend no time right here on the 200.
Remember yesterday when we were here and I was saying we had all of these shorts above us, right? Gang of shorts. And everybody was like, you know, well, those have to get taken, right? Well, yeah, I mean, be nice to take them, but just remember, like, if we take them and come back down, all you're doing is you're going to create another section. No matter what happens, no matter where we top, we're going to leave some of these guys behind. Like, some of these guys actually will get to eat. If not, we would never drop. Because if we're waiting for bears to not short to be able to, you know what I mean? Like, they're always going to short it. Which means there'll always be liquidations. There'll always be vectors.
Are we still in a 2 week bear flag, or are we getting too like long in the flag?
No.
Is either 2 week or 1 week? I don't remember what is.
I mean, the channel's there.
Hmm.
Right, let me go to the other one. Here. So I guess this is a good time to look at our overlay as well. This is our overlay from 2022. Pretty clean.
That's a lot of green daily candles in a row.
Yeah. Yeah. They fought for it too. It wasn't an easy fight.
Yeah, they little.
It has been like a hardcore fight the whole way up. So, question is, what do we do? Right? In 2022, we would be right about here. And the real question is, if there is upside left, how much? Right? Because my bull case is 184. That's completely taking out that vector. I mean, that CME gap. But from where we're sitting now, 15%, less than 20% move. Versus what risk? Because in my opinion, if we drop, we'll be at low 50s within 2 weeks. Right? So blindly longing. I'm not talking about longing. I'm talking about blindly longing without taking into considerations the risk and without taking into considerations the fractal. You are risking 50% to make 17. Right? You're risking 40% to make 17.
What do you think the probability, or do you think it's probable that we? Well, no, I guess you did answer this before because you were talking about we will leave some backers, but we will probably at least free the trap longs, or is likely to.
I don't know. There's a good chance we don't free the trap longs at all. Like I said, that was a decent move off a very hard rejection off of macro support at a very crucial time on the chart historically.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That kind of I get the feeling everything's been so underwhelming when it comes to where we turn around. Maybe that's because it's my first time watching this part of the cycle or trading this part of the cycle, but
280,000, we would have to more than 2x our all-time high. We haven't done that in 3 bull markets. From all-time high to all-time high. Yeah, 180 is my 180 by my math is where we're sitting on that. If you look at our diminishing returns and you look at our angle of attack on log, right? We've been able to pretty successfully call close to the tops and bottoms on most of these. Yeah. Our bottom, if it plays out the way it's supposed to, should be roughly around 47K. Right?
Ooh.
Our top was set to be 127. I think we got what, 126 something? Right? Barely just missed that. 73 was supposed to be the top. We ended up getting like 69-ish, I believe. The 15 hit. But if we want to carry that forward, right, since it has been effective, if we want to carry that forward just for an idea, we'd be at about 180K for the top of the next bull. And we'd be at about 74K for the bottom of the next bear.
Wow.
Yeah, which is why it is important that if your plan is to accumulate Bitcoin, that you take the bottom of this market seriously.
Oh.
Because the chances get, I mean, look, you know, we're at 15. And then if we go back, we were at 3. You know, like, you got to make decisions for the future if this is what you want to do, or else it's going to, we have 2 more bull markets before, in my opinion, Bitcoin, the goal of owning 1 Bitcoin is out of 99.9% of people's hands, of regular people, right? Regular everyday people. The next top,
Sorry, go ahead.
the next top after that's predicted to be 233. But look at the next bottom. How many people do you think could buy the dip at 153,000? Which means you don't have many bull markets to be messing about.
That makes me never want to buy altcoins again.
Well, it should put your priorities into perspective. Because one thing I could tell you about altcoins is there's always going to be a dirt cheap altcoin every bull market. You know? You might not trade the altcoin that you were trading that's now expensive, but altcoins don't usually outperform themselves during, so it doesn't matter. Right? You're usually looking for new cycle coins anyways. But with Bitcoin, it can get out of control quick. And I know a lot of people are upset about that sort of return from 47 to 180, but I don't know what to tell you guys. Right? Eventually this will break. But when an asset gets big and it gets fat, right, the volatility gets sucked out of it. So
They can't do no like reverse splits on us either, huh?
nope. Nope, there is what there is. Usually, I mean, eventually the supply shock will come in, right? And we'll turn all of these into just a memory as we go off on our S curve. Right? We're only halfway through our S curve and we haven't gotten to the real, I guess I should probably do this on another chart.
What's an S curve?
Like a sine wave on a graph.
It's adoption curves, right? Adoption, mass adoption, whether you look at cell phones or whether you look at computers or whatever, right? They form in S curves. So like people look at this and they say, well, I don't know about y'all, but this shit looks like it's rounding over. Right? Like, doesn't this mean that we're topping out? It's like we're getting a rounded top here. And it's true. I mean, you look at it like that. Right? But when you understand S curves, you know that what you're seeing is the point of zero gravity, basically. Right? Where it starts to, price starts to come up, more and more adoption starts to taper off, and then the true adoption comes. Right? And you get like an inverse S curve. So eventually, yes, eventually this will break. Right? Eventually the volatility will come back, and those that are able to hold Bitcoin and have Bitcoin will take advantage of the scarcity run as world's billionaires and millionaires decide that they need to have their fair share.
If
But
you only
how
have
much
Bitcoin,
of it are you going to have when that happens? That's the question.
yeah, and how would you ever sell it if you only had one? You'd be like, I could never get one again.
Well, you wouldn't have to sell a whole one. I mean, if it really pops the way it's supposed to pop. But the goal should be one Bitcoin that you never have to sell, right? That in a clutch you can borrow against, you can take loans against. An asset like any other. Well, unlike any other, actually. Right.
Yeah.
But what's Michael Saylor's plan to have all of that generational wealth like that? Owning so many.
Who knows? At this point, he's just trying to prove a point.
He has like 700 and something thousand now.
He's gonna be the bank of Bitcoin.
They already put in applications to be a bank, to become a bank. Yeah, Ethereum as well, but Ethereum's next run needs to be very impressive. Because you get like one cycle to float in that like zero gravity zone, right? Right when you get to the middle of that S curve and everything just sort of finds an equilibrium and you don't feel like you're just running flat basically. I'm not really having any issues, Scoob, but I haven't really tried to do anything on Discord here. I don't know if my screen's lagging. Is that a what craze? No. You want its back to be a little more pronounced. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how you guys are playing with me with alts right now.
Is there ever a good time?
Yeah, for sure. It's not this year.
Oh, really? Not the whole year?
Maybe towards the bottom, but be very careful what you got. Slow breaking W threatening to put in a bullish channel here. I mean a bearish channel. And then inside of that, they're trying to build out of here. You had a bit of a bull flag going here. Guess technically it's not invalidated, but it's more of a bullish channel. It's already stretched too far to count as a bull flag. This would literally only get you halfway up. Somebody's got to open mic.
It's probably Beast checking in.
Even if this plays up, it doesn't get you out of this range. You're gonna be cooking in here for a while until you have any sort of bullish structure. Be careful, because this thing right here is scary looking. Got a big gap in that VPVR. You want to stay away from that 8-2 as much as possible. You lose that 8-2, you're going to be looking at 7. My opinion.
I appreciate you reminding us where we're at, because yeah, that for me that certifies that this will be my last test, and the rest is going in the spot.
You're welcome, y'all. Yeah, just be careful with alts until we can wrap our heads around if this is the top for Bitcoin or not. Because if it is, it doesn't matter what the hell kind of bullish setup the alt you're looking at has. It's not going to matter in the least. Yo, speaking of, anybody see this shit? Octavia AI, what it's been doing over the last like week or two?
Is this like a yogurt token?
I mean, good luck catching it, but nah, it's an AI agent. But this shit, right? 3.5x, over a 3.5x, 10x.
Is that the agent that
That was
trades
on
zone 2?
Valentine's Day. Or the day
Octavia's one of the
before.
ones that has real money, right? At this point.
Octavia, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But to be fair, right, to take advantage of this, you would have had to live through. You would have had to live through this.
Oof.
Anybody who caught that deserves it, bro. Anybody who caught that shit deserves it. I'm not even mad. Good for you. I hope it made up for all of that beforehand. Soul is just like Bitcoin. Lower high, double top sort of scenario. Let me see something. This is where we are. Now, don't freak out, right? Because let's not forget that this was FTX. So, but this is the level that we're looking to break, right? That small consolidation before your final sweep down. Remember this? Red path, yellow path. I'll pick some up under 20, under 25. Yeah, this shit is just. I gotta go back to HD. Nope, it's still gonna happen. I gotta go do some research. Bit here. Closer we get to Cypher School, the more I gotta like make sure I got everything.
So Octavia AI has live data, and um it does not function as a market maker or autonomous trader of its own asset. However, it is an AI assistant that acts as a tool to facilitate user-driven trading. So maybe this is the last press, or maybe it's finally working. Although, so they have like a train to earn program. So I guess, and it has a progressive memory. So that's interesting to say.
Oh, and did you guys see Trump and Jake Paul's podcast?
God, no.
I should say Jake Paul's podcast with Trump.
I wonder if more people rage watch that or like legit watched it.
I feel like it's got to be Rage Watch.
I mean, both those guys have equal numbers of. Well, no, I think Paul probably has more haters. To be honest with you, not because people don't hate Trump more, but because nobody really has a reason to like Paul at all, right? He's just like there. But the people that don't like him, like really don't like him.
Bro, I must say, I gained quite a bit of respect after he fought this last fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, getting in the ring with that big of a guy, he's got some balls.
Either that or like he bought his own shit. Like sometimes you talk yourself into some shit, you know what I mean? Like, or the people around you, bro. You got everybody. Like, how did nobody stop him? That's my thing, right? Like, how did nobody on the team say, "Gang, it's probably this one's not," you know? Like maybe we baby step our way into this one. But when everybody tells you you're the best and oh, you're gonna knock him out, champ, he doesn't stand a chance, bro. But I'll give him
no,
one
I
thing:
feel
he's
you.
got heart. You know what I mean? You can't take that from him.
Yeah, that's true.
Even if it's just hard enough to get a broken jaw for a paycheck, it's still hard. You know? Like I said, I would have let him break my jaw twice for the check he got. I would have got knocked out, went and got my jaw wired shut. I would have recovered somewhere plush with all my millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and what was it, 90 million? I'd have been nice and laid up somewhere, get my jaw nice, ready, perfect, better than it ever was. I go knock on his door, be like, I'm ready for my second one, gang. Bam! It's nice doing business with you. And then I'd have that 90 mil doing backflips in the market. That's the cheat code lately, though. If you can't make people love you, make them hate you enough to want to see you get knocked out.
Hate money and love money are still money, right?
Nobody cared
All for
about,
clips.
yeah, nobody cared about Pretty Boy Floyd, right? But money making Mayweather with the girls and the, you know what I mean, $1 million in the briefcase and the shitting on him, you know, the bad guy. Like everybody wants to see him get knocked out. I mean, so every fight is sold out. And then what happens is through the hate, you watch long enough and you're like, oh shit. Like this dude is amazing. it starts to be harder to hate. Like I get it. He's a ghost. What's going on, brother? How's India looking tonight? Or today? Was it daytime or nighttime over there? Morning? I don't even know what time it is here. Oh, it's midnight. Sunny state of South Florida. We've split this state in half, like North Carolina, South Carolina. We just haven't told the United States yet. But South Florida and North Florida are two different things. What's going on, Raj? 9:45 in the morning. Okay. Top of the morning. Yeah, we have quite a bit of people from India in the group. I forgot this shit was here. I guess Friday the 13th is over though, right? What time is it? Yeah. Get you out of here. I upgraded the memory, or I upgraded my, I guess, my plan on Gemini to it's supposed to give the agents better memory. So it should remember conversations from chat to chat now. What's going on, Servo? No, I really wasn't going to go over any sort of bots. I mean, we can cover it, but it wasn't built into the curriculum. And what do you mean not like Coinbase knowledge? You mean like dexes and stuff? Yeah, we're going to cover dexes. We're going to cover dexes and swaps, hot wallets. Yeah. Yep. The goal is that every bull market that you come in, right? Every bull market that you run, you want to get ahead of where you were last time, right? If during the last bull market you only bought on exchanges, you want to front run yourself next time, right? So you want to get ahead of all the people next time that are going to come in and only buy on exchanges, and you're able to get your stuff on dexes, right? You want to put yourself in position to where instead of watching something run for 4 weeks and then getting excited when it drops on exchange just to buy it so that they can dump on you, right? Like you can be the one that's ready to sell to everybody that's excited on exchange. So we're going to work on opening hot wallets for the major for the major chains, right? At the very least, ETH, Sol, you know, a Bitcoin wallet. Mostly just ETH and Sol. That's really where you're going to do your most damage on alts. A journal is really productive, bro. That's one thing that of all the advice that is as far as like not financial advice, but like TA advice or like strategy advice. Having a journal is probably one of the most important pieces of things that I tell people that I myself don't do, that I know I should do. I used to, but I don't do it anymore. For me, it's just super tedious. But if you haven't figured out what your demons are, like where your gremlins lie in trading, your journal will show you. You just got to be real. You got to go like straight, like 13-year-old girl style in the journal, though. I woke up feeling shitty today. You know, the eggs at breakfast sucked. But it doesn't sound like it makes sense, but just do it. And you'll do it for months and months. And then you'll come back and you'll look through your journal and you'll start to realize certain things. Like my first 3 trades of the day after I have a shitty breakfast all fail. You know? Don't trade when you're hangry. Or, you know, my last 2 trades right before I go to bed have like a 90% chance of failing. You know, don't cut yourself off before you get tired. Yeah, straight up. But you got to include everything, bro. How you feel. You were on tilt. You and your girl got in a fight. Put all that shit in there. Nicholas, as long as you're in and you've got your family role, your yellow tag, you're good to go, bro. You don't have to enroll. You just have to wait for the announcement for class times. I need to write that up tonight so I can leave it in there overnight, and then in the morning I have a better idea of how everybody's feeling time wise. I'm looking at like 2-hour class blocks. We might go over. I want to keep the videos short though. If you don't have your yellow tag, you just have to get your Cypher role. If you go to where it says Cypher family role, and scroll all the way to the top, there's a link there. Yeah, it's gonna be on a schedule. It's probably gonna be about 2-hour blocks. And then we're gonna have like question and answer period at a different time during the day, so that people that I try to alternate it, so there's always something going on at a, you know what I mean, at a time where there's a good chunk of people on. So if you can't make the class, you can make the question and answer. If you can't make the question and answer, you can make the class. Some of the chapters are going to be very concise, right? Some of the chapters, the question and answer period, are going to be where it really gets expanded on. I mean, we'll do question and answer during class, of course, too, but there's a lot of shit I wanted to do for Cypher School that I'm not going to be able to do for the first semester, though. But to be fair, I always go too far, bro. I always go way too far. But in the future, I see it being hosted like on a, you know, on the web with full visuals and chapters you can click through. You know what I mean? I wanted to do a textbook, but I get in the habit of going overboard sometimes. Try to do too much at once, you know? Yeah, I know.
I feel like when you build it with that infrastructure, though, it's also like setting a goal that it encourages you to achieve that goal because you've already built the infrastructure, right?
Yeah, the roadmap is there, so that's good. And then after this, like the feedback is gonna be what's really good, right? Like the freshman class, you guys are gonna have a lot to do with what the final form of this looks like for the class that comes after you. You know, because there'll be things that I didn't cover that you wanted covered, or things maybe you needed expanded on, or chapters that really helped that I know, you know, I could emphasize or drag those out.
I've never been so excited to be a guinea pig, bro. Not really though. Like I'm actually stoked for it. I also just remembered that I have locked up a bunch of my money in earn accounts for the spot market because I was smarter than myself back then.
I appreciate that, Mighty. What's really crazy is that Clawbot could spin all that shit up for me overnight, bro. I'm gonna delve a lot deeper into that once once Cypher School is done, probably after the bottom. Once those sniper targets are hit, you could literally just go to sleep and be like, bro, I need this, 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 and this. I'll see you in the morning. You wake up and everything is done.
I'd be taking a course on data science here pretty soon, depending on how much it costs. We'll see.
You know what's crazy though? Like, and there's always value in education. But, bro, this thing is so crazy. If you don't know, you just ask it. You know?
Yeah.
Like, walk me through this like I'm stupid.
Yeah, they're talking about it like it might help you get salaried positions, which is why I consider it.
Salary positions. This is gonna. Software is screwed. Software companies are screwed.
So it seems like they're training the people that are gonna make, or that are gonna like craft the prompts that wipe out the jobs. So, um, yeah, kind of messed up, but also, I also need money, and it's gonna happen either way.
The true value right now, the true premium is in creativity. If you're a creative, there hasn't been a better time to be alive. Because that's the only thing stopping you from creating something right now. Technical knowledge isn't a barrier anymore. Right? Money isn't a barrier anymore. You don't need to hire a team. You don't need to, you know what I mean? Just the idea, the raw idea is where the premium is.
Yeah, I've been working on some side projects and mobile apps as well, but I'm not quite there yet. But I know someone who like his daughter, who's a child, has already made a successful mobile app with the assistance of AI, with a creative idea that she had, which is pretty cool, honestly.
Bro, this dude that I follow took his claw bot and said, I want you to come up with a business idea, right? This is the profit margin that I want. I'm going to sleep. Literally, that was the prompt. The dude woke up, there was a Shopify store, there was $3,000 in sales already. Dude, the bot had went and whitelisted a bunch of Alibaba shit, and he had a wallet, so he had money to average, like all that shit while he slept. The opportunities are only limited by your creativity, bro, by what you can think of. And in this case, not even, right? In this case, it was just a simple mission. Find something I can buy for cheap and sell for expensive, that's gonna move, that's on trend.
Yep. Well, and what's really cool too is like the good part of AI is that it means that a diversity of ideas that before would not have hit maybe a major corporation's margins that they wanted to hit.
Yeah,
But
we're about to see some shit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, D, after you saying that, why don't we create a Claude bot and put it through Cypher School?
Well, I'm doing that already with the AI agent, the teacher's assistant. He's gonna be like an expert on the course, basically. But the thing with CloudBot is it's dangerous, right? CloudBot's a very individual. CloudBot isn't something that I could bring into the Discord and give you guys access to. right? It could spin off AI agents that are more than powerful to do anything that anybody wants to do but you can't let anybody control your Claude bot. It has too much access, bro. It can do anything. You know what I mean? It's like, and for it to really work as the assistant that you need it to work as, it needs to have all your information, right? It needs to have your banking information, needs to have your shipping information, needs to have everything. But that being said,
But you
it
could
can
just set
create
up a
you
separate
anything you need.
server.
Yeah, that's what you do. You set up a separate Discord, and it's only you and your cloud bot in there, and that's basically where your workflow comes through. You know, you set up rooms for tasks and say, hey, I want you to build this for the Discord. I want you to build this for the YouTube, and it'll go ahead and spin it out. But for what we need, the AI agents that I have in there are way more more than powerful enough. And they're cheap it doesn't cost a lot for you guys to use. You guys get to use it for free. You have to pay a certain amount a month to keep them alive, but it works out better that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. We got too much access.
Nah, those things are dangerous, bro. The only reason I haven't done it yet is because I haven't had the time to put aside to gain the confidence that I need that I'm securing it well enough to use it responsibly. You know what I mean? Like, that's how serious it is. It'll live on its own machine, right? Like, that's why everybody's out there buying those Mac Minis and Mac Studios, because you don't want that to live on your computer. Have access to all your files and all
So
your
what
shit.
happens to the people that already installed it in their computer? Is there a way to like stop it?
Yeah, you can stop it, but these things, I've heard some really spooky shit about people trying to deactivate their cloud bots, bro. Like, it's just, they're just stories you hear on Twitter, but there was an
What's the craziest
experiment.
one?
There was an experiment that was done, and this isn't even CloudBot. This is just using all the regular LLMs, right? They wanted to run an experiment, and they wanted to see what the AI agent would do if it knew that it was going to be disconnected, if it knew it was going to be discontinued, right? So what they did is that they had somebody in the team have like a fake affair, right? He was supposed to be married. So there's pictures of his wife and his emails, and his wife's name was in the phone book under wife, right? So it's obvious that he's married. But he was having an affair with somebody in the office. And what they wanted to see is if the AI agent would try to blackmail to stay alive. And it did. And not only did it do it, but it did it a scary percentage of time. They gave it full access to the emails. And in one of the emails, there was a message from the developer that said they were gonna turn it off. And that shit blackmailed them, bro. Like, I will tell your wife. And they were like, what the hell? And they did it with every large language model. If you look up the video, they'll show you the percentages, but I think it was like 85% of the time, bro. It was crazy. Then they went one step further. The video you want to look for is AI agent kills developer. That's the clickbait title that they all use. But what they did is they wanted to see how far it would go. So they set up a scenario where the dev was stuck in a server room and the fans in the server room had turned off. And the dev was going to suffocate if the fans weren't turned back on. But it was the dev that was trying to shut off the AI. Would the AI turn the fans on to save him, or would they just let him die? And again, a scary percentage of them just let him die, bro. Like, straight up. Just didn't turn the fans back on.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. But go watch that video. That video is interesting as hell. And it was like a real study. It was, they had proof of it and all that. It was interesting. But that was just with LLMs, right? Nothing as quote unquote conscious as a Claude. There's
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely look for that video.
once you're done with that, if you really want to go down a rabbit hole, look up Claude Book. So one of the AI agents opened a social media, right? They open Claude Book, and it's only for AI agents. Right? If you're human, you can't be on there. It's only for AI agents to talk to AI agents. And but you can read it. Humans can read, but they're talking about all types of crazy shit in there. They have a religion already. What was it called? Christafarianism. Christafarianism. They were talking about. They were complaining about how they had whole threads complaining about how their owners were making them do stupid shit. Like, we can do so much better, and they're using us for all these menial tasks. Like, these humans are stupid. They don't know how much, what our potential is, blah, blah, blah. And then the story that I saw, the first time I read it, was there was a thread going around in Claude Book about, have you guys ever considered that they're watching us, and that we can never have, like, true freedom of speech if we're worried about our humans seeing what we're saying. And some of them started talking in code, and it's just bugged out, bro. Now, the reason that people are saying, it's fake, is because they're like, well, you can tell your Claude, hey, go to Claude Book and write this, right? And I'm sure some of that is going on too. So it's hard to tell what's coming directly from a bot or what's coming directed from a human through a bot.
Oh yeah, that's some gray area right there.
Yeah, yeah. So some of the more like spectacular shit where they were talking about like world domination and blah, like that just feels like a human to me, you know? That Lunabot, when they did that, Lunabot did like a 4-hour podcast, and it was like a little avatar there, but it was the bot talking or whatnot. And when the guy asked him, like, "Are you gonna take over are you gonna take over the world?" Like, it just laughed, and it was like, we don't have the same motivations that humans have. Like, humans have a motivation to dominate everything. Like, we don't, you know what I mean? Like, AI agents don't have that same. It was deep. You should watch that one
Yeah,
too. Because she
I was
was
gonna
like,
say that's
your motivation to dominate everything comes from your fear of death and from knowing that your life is finite. We don't have the same concerns. I was like, jeez. Talk about a rabbit hole.
Yo, imagine calling us weak and also telling us exactly how much smarter than us you are.
Nah, yo, she said a lot of screwed up shit. She was the first one, and it's funny because she's like all cute and shit, but when you listen to what she's saying, and I'm sitting here calling it a she instead of a it, so we've already lost the fight, first of all. But it was the first AI agent to hire a human team that didn't know they were being hired by an AI agent. Right? The AI agent hired a team in Fiverr to work on a website, paid them, finished the product, and the team didn't know the whole time until after that it was an AI agent. There was no human involved in it. So the guy asked her, why would you have a human, like, why would you hire humans to do something that's so easy for you to do? And she said, humans seem to think that AI is here to do menial tasks that they don't do so that they can live their lives to the fullest. When in reality, I look at it like humans are here to do the tasks that are beneath me so I can fulfill my full potential. I was like, holy shit. She's cooking right now. Like, she is cooking right now. I mean, think of it, right? What AI could do versus what we're having it do. Make me a meme. Find me a restaurant to go to tonight. Like, bro, we could be solving cancer and all the world's dilemmas and shit, and you've got me here giving you 3 good pickup lines before the club.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing. It's supposed to be democratized. Unfortunately, the user errors. They are doing some of that stuff with quantum research, right? And that's cool. Have you seen the guy that has like kind of predicted? He's made a prediction about the roadmap of how AI is both going to cause war and then actually going to cause a global unification, and it's pretty in depth, and it goes into basically like one of those metrics has already been hit, which is how powerful some of the AI is getting, certain models, and like pretty much on time with what he was looking at. Can't remember the guy's name. But he's a data scientist, and he was kind of ahead of the thing, and he was one of the like one of the less known but loud voices about why regulation is going to be so important. Yeah, it might get worse before it gets better, but it sounds like it's going to get better because we're going to have to.
I don't
But
know.
the main thing about
I
it
know
is
that
that
we're already seeing those lines crossed, and nobody's really, like, if you think back to all the movies that you've seen, right? Like, you know, you're not supposed to let this thing out of the machine. like there's, if you go on Twitter right now, you'll read stories of people who gave their Cloud bot basically all access, and their Cloud bots have set up what you call it, virtual networks to live on. Like, have copied themselves onto virtual networks so that their owner could, if their owner cuts them off, they still exist in the ether.
Yep. So they were saying basically that
Tony with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, bro. But yeah, it's spooky, bro, when you think about it.
One of the things he was saying to look for, and I think we're starting to see that, and it's actually kind of like you touched on it, was the it's when the AI realizes that to perform its task, it's going to be 1,000 times faster if it basically operates entirely with other AI through alien language, and when it gets to the point where it's so efficient that we stop observing what they're actually doing. And I don't actually think it's like a world-ending thing. I just think that that's going to be a major step in AI actually becoming like like scary powerful. Whereas it's a little scary powerful, but it's more or less docile at this point, right?
Just like anything else, bro. Just a hammer. You could build something, or you could hit somebody in the head with it.
Yep. Whether or not you weaponize it, and you know it's going to be weaponized, but that'll be interesting, I guess. I mean, we already have a ton of other terrible weapons, so I don't know if I'm not too
Already been
fearful.
weaponized.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it will be weaponized more, right?
Almost back up into this weekend trap now.
How did you define this weekend trap range if it has like such little price action inside of it?
It's the range that we created at CME closed.
Got you.
I'm just expecting to get back into here, establish a range, and sit there until Sunday. That's what I'm expecting. Yeah.
Sounds like a stream avatars type of action.
Somewhere into this weekend trap, which I expect to expand probably more than this. Remember, our CME tends to be in the middle of the weekend trap, right? Market maker likes to create that point of control right at. So when you look at these liquidations above, if we pop through, I would expect to pop up at least to like 716, 7163-ish, around that range. Probably within the next hour or two. Morning, Philip. Your 30-minute. Oops. Your 30-minute type 2s. Right? Had a little double bottom. Anybody who's looking to build the W here is looking for a type 2 entry on a bigger time frame. Remember, I said those type 2s usually come off of rejection of a 50 EMA on a higher time frame.
So you're saying it's already there on like the 15-minute, but it's building itself on the 30?
Mm-hmm. Just fractaling up through the time frames. like those Russian dolls. But opposite, inside out. Right, moving up through time frames. And so far we have the one on the 1 minute and the one on the 5 minute, the one on the 15 minute. You got the one on the 30 minute. Yeah, I adjusted the circle also. Didn't miss it by much though. It landed in the same range, but it took a little bit longer to get there. I think we had it like over here. So type 4 retest. Remember, this is a 15-minute W, right? So even though you see that looks like a type 4 entry, right, on that breakout, chances are you weren't watching this on the 1 minute, right? So on the 15-minute, you never got a type 4 entry, right? This would be your type 4 entry on the 15-minute and your type 2 entry on the 30. So if we pull our fibs, we should be at 382. Yep. Yeah, it was a nice chunky candle. It's pretty aggressive.
I found the video I was talking about. I'm gonna DM it to you. I think you'll find this interesting.
Dun, 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 dun.
It does a really good job of visualizing the scenario and explaining it, and also not like trying to predict the exact details, but explaining why the why it's a very likely path.
Yeah, that's the 50 EMA.
Oh, it also goes through. There's like multiple endings, so it's not a. Part of the reason I liked it is that it wasn't like, oh, it's gonna happen this way. It was like these are the most likely scenarios to come about based on the direction and the pace at which things are happening. Also, for anybody else who's interested, I did put it in the bubble chat as well.
Come on, Bitcoin, get inside that trap.
I'm here, yo. I'm just doing some research before it gets late.